Good luck, you guys.
No, but I mean,
Let him know, Kurt. You got me.
Welcome back to Best Bet Live, everybody. Jordan Spina back in the booth with you guys tonight. Dustin Shacklock going to be joining me tonight. We have a different game for you guys this evening. It is going to be a 15-30 limit Omaha 8 or better game. So it's going to not be PLO, guys. This is limit Omaha with a half kill. So definitely something different tonight. Should be interesting. Let's see if our software can keep up with these graphics, Dustin. But it should be a fun game.
I'm pumped on this one. We're taking it back old school. This is one of the oldest games. It's been around forever. Omaha 8 or better, 15-30. Playing 20-40 in the kill pots. Let's get right in the action. Brad picking up ace, ace, 5, deuce. Making it 30 to go. Going to get called in a couple spots. Jimmy calling with the ace, 10, 6 tray. Queen, jack, 10, 4 in the mix. MJ with a straight flush in his hand. Look at this guy.
It's, Chase forgot to shuffle first hand of the night.
Yeah, you don't see that very often.
Yeah.
Let's get it, guys. Waiting on this flop graphic to catch up, and then we'll
I think
get
there's
rolling.
still pre-flop action. I believe there's a raise somewhere. So it looks like there's a raise out of Brad. Yeah, to 30.
Yeah, Brad bumped it up with the ace, ace, 5, deuce.
Got a couple of folds, and I think we're heads up on this flop. Let's see here for a second.
Looks like these guys are dead even in equity. Look at Brad. Brad gets there, gets the double check mark. Scoop, scoop. Brad getting the double check mark. Picks up the wheel for the low. The wheel for the high. Super good.
Scoop?
Yeah, he gets a little value from Jimmy's 2-pair. That's it, 280 in the middle. These limit pots, they get big quick. You don't even realize they're playing 15-30. You know, next thing you know, there's $300 in the middle. 10 bets.
I call one bet for it.
oh, I know.
Like we said, taking it back old school tonight. 15-30, limit, Omaha, 8 or better. Myself, Dustin Shacklock, Jordan Spina on a 15-minute delay out of Best Bet Jacksonville. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. All you guys that tuned in last night for the 2-2 no limit Cooler City game.
Oh, yeah.
What was going on there?
Some craziness last night in that 2-2 deep stack game.
I love that game.
Yeah. That's we've discussed this. I think that's both of our favorites for the Best Bet live stream.
Oh yeah, it's they got a hammer lock on my favorite.
Yeah.
That game's hammer lock for me.
Definitely fun, a lot of action, and just like a lot more table talk and a lot more fun. It seems like in those lower limit live stream games.
You know, I'm expecting to see a lot of that tonight. These guys all know each other pretty well, and they all play together pretty often. So I'm looking forward to some table talk, some jabbing at each other. You know.
Yeah, this looks like
taking some shots.
Looks like a standard 1-2 PLO table in our room.
This is a great game. I don't know why we don't run this game every day. I always ask these guys. I'm like, why don't you guys play this game every day? It's there's so much more money to be made. Look at Brad in there with queen. Oh, you know what? He was the kill pot. I'm like, what is he doing with queen, 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 10?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he was the kill pot, but he flops the open ender off the rip. He's got to fade some clubs. So he thinks he actually doesn't have to fade clubs. Nobody in the field with a club draw. He's got the open ender. It's an 8 or a king. And we're going 3 ways to a turn card here. That's going to slow the action down, a little bit of a scare card. Look at Keith getting the double check mark, makes the 6 high straight. I still think the clubs might slow the action down a little bit. That killed the turn action, so it looks like Keith's going to come out for 1 bet. We are playing 20-40 this hand because of the kill pot. Anytime a player scoops a pot over 150, they are the kill pot for the next hand. Look, 180 in the middle
It's
for
going to
that
be
one.
hard to not have a kill pot. You know, it's going to be hard to keep a pot under 150 in this game.
Well, it's, you know, with the chop, you know,
Sure.
somehow we haven't seen a chop pot yet, but the, you know, when you chop a pot, we won't be the kill the next hand.
Well, I was just saying every scoop is pretty much guaranteed to get the kill.
Let us know who's in the chat. You guys ever play this game? What stakes do you guys play? What do they spread in your neck of the woods? Our normal limit Omaha game here in the room is a 4-8 limit Omaha, and then we run, you know, some bigger PLO 8 and Big O games, but we don't spread much limit Omaha anymore. We've done a couple big ones. We've done some 20-40 and some 30-60 on the stream. We did a big 30-60 with Linda Johnson and Jan Fisher about 2 years ago. Matt's got a big one here with ace, jack, deuce, deuce, single suit.
Jimmy with ace, king, king, 10 on the big blind. He's going to make a raise here. Is that 40?
Looks like Jimmy, no, he just called. He's just
was
coming
it?
along. Yeah, he just made the call. Ace, deuce, flopping the nut, low draw with the ace, ace. I'm sorry, the ace, jack, deuce, deuce. MJ with an open ender here, the 6 tray. Yak's got the big open ender.
Yep, he's got the big end of it.
7-6.
So Yak bets out with that big end of the open ender. And,
Yak's got a wrap on this hand. Any card between a 4 and a 10 comes. Yeah, Yak putting in the big 3-bet here. Matt trying to get there with the low draw. Got the nut low draw. Keith's in there with the bad end of the straight, hoping for an ace here on the turn, which would give him, lock up half the pot for him. Looks like 2 of the aces are dead. It's drawing pretty thin here.
Well, that's also a 10-20.
So that's going to bring in the 7-6 straight for Yak. Gets there.
MJ also hits the bottom end of this.
MJ gets the bottom
Straight.
end. Yeah, we might see some chips moving around
Yeah.
here. MJ gets the bottom end. Got a bottom end with a bad low. Matt's got half the pot locked up. Looks like we're chopping it up here. 7 high straight and the wheel for the low. Pretty standard for that run out.
So MJ with not much here. Thought about it for a while.
Oh my God. Oh, that's painful.
So Yak's got to put in the raise here. Yak's going to have to take it to 60. He's got the nuts.
Yep. Keith's stuck in the middle with a 6 high straight.
Yeah, Keith kind of in a bad spot here. Looks like these guys are just going to chop up Keith's money. 720 in the middle of this pot. Wow.
Yeah, wow.
This thing got out of control quick. These two, like I said, going to chop up Keith's money. Keith in a bad spot with the middle straight, not even the low straight. He's got the middle straight there, the 6 deuce with a low. Chop it up, button moves. On to the next one. Thanks for tuning in, guys. 15-30, Omaha 8 or better. We got a giant list for this one. If you're in the area, you want to play some limit Omaha, swing on through. Probably going to fire up a must move. Might fire up 2 must moves. Keep this game full as long as you guys want to hang out and watch.
That was regular.
Guy Turner, what do you mean problem for the stream? What's happening on your end? Let me try to help you out.
Oh, right.
And Arthur Fitzsimmons over there in the YouTube chat, yeah, man, love to have you in one of these games when you come on down. So let us know if you'll be in the area or if you're going to be in the room. You said September, so that's a ways away, but we'll try to set something up.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, shoot us an email. Let us know what days you're going to be here and what game you want to play, man. We'll get you in this live stream. We're going to start streaming a bunch more in November, too. We're hoping to stream 3 days a week for you guys. That's the goal.
John Harris in the Facebook chat, this will be a half kill.
I know, it's a shame.
Half kill, yeah. So the numbers are a little skewed since we're playing 15-30. For the kill pots, we'll be playing 20-40.
I don't know if no, I haven't played that.
These guys, they still qualify for all the promos. Playing 15-30, it's a normal raked game. It's the highest limit you can go and still play a normal raked game. Anything higher would be time rake, so these guys still qualify for everything. The bad beat, the steel wheel, the high hand, royal flush. They get it all. Daniel Farid with a pretty good question in the Facebook chat says, what happens if same person wins kill pot twice in a row? The value of the kill pot does not increase. It stays the same. They're just a kill twice in a row. We just played 20-40 2 hands in a row, and they get the option both times.
Right. 150, John Harris.
John Harris, a good formula, a good metric for that is it's always going to be 10 times the big blind. Standard, it should be. Most places it's going to be 10 times the big blind. Anytime one player scoops a pot, 10 times the big blind or more, they're going to be the kill the next hand. So in this game, it would be 150.
Yeah, so anytime you guys see a player scoop the entire pot of $150 or more, there will be a half kill implemented on the next hand. Jimmy Dupai, appreciate that, man. Glad you enjoyed. We definitely do, and can't wait for doing this more in the future. Tomorrow night, we're coming back third time this week. End of our triple header. We're going to be running a 5-5 PLO. I thought it was a 2-5 no limit hold'em deep game last night, but it is a 5-5 PLO game. So that should get juicy to round out this week on our Friday night. So Yak is going to make the call here. Ace, King, 4-4 in the small blind. 6-9 poker. What's up, man? Appreciate you tuning in. So 7-Jack-6 on this flop. Rainbow board. Matt with the best of the high hand here. Definitely with the best now. Turns trips. Ace tray low for Brad. And he's not going to stay in the pot to see if he can hit it. And he's just going to let Mac take that whole one down.
What's that?
Yeah, man, John Harris, if you ever do get in town, let us know and we'll try to get you in a game. Like we said, we don't really stream the high-low too often, but we know it's kind of a niche game that a lot of players really kind of crave to see every once in a while. So I'm kind of happy to do it here and there when we can get a game spread. Like Dustin said, it isn't a game we spread every day here at Best Bet Jacksonville. So when we can definitely get a game going, we will definitely do that. So MJ here with a ace 10, 5, ace, suited ace 10. He's gonna raise it over to Jimmy. He's gonna make the call. King, King, 10, 9. Brad 9, 8, 4 deuce will make the call, and BJ will round it off. 4 ways to this flop. 9, 9, 7, 2 hearts. BJ I'm going to check out with the flush draw, I believe. So Jimmy's trip 9's in the lead here for the over. MJ is going to hit his set of aces on the turn here and hit the check mark for the high hand in this board. And we are going to try to split this low hand up. Brad trying to get a half of this thing. See if he can turn the low card, or excuse me, hit a low card on the river here for half a pot. And Queen of Diamonds will not help him. MJ is going to scoop this whole thing with a, excuse me, boated up on the turn. Set of aces, made his boat.
What you think I got?
So MJ is going to scoop there, and we will have a half kill for the next hand.
So 1 ace.
Mark Norton says he can't find this game in the UK. Mark, this isn't PLO. I'm sure you know this is Limit Omaha, and you just kind of said PLO because that's just what usually you say. I know I can say it on accident all the time. But yeah, man, this is kind of a different game, so it's fun to give it to you guys every once in a while. Excuse me, I guess I missed quad jacks on the previous hand. It's kind of a lot, guys, you know, reading all 3 chats and producing the stream, and also just trying to navigate through all of these cards graphics on the screen. Kind of find myself scrolling sometimes, so. So MJ is going to make a raise here with Queen 7-4. Yeah, Mark, I know you knew it was limit. Like I said, I say PLO all the time just on accident because, you know, it's just what you kind of usually say. But yeah, this is a cool game. All right, so we are 4 ways to this flop. 7-6-4, rainbow. Brad with the best of it. Yak with the nut low, though. He's holding up half this pot, guaranteed. Thanks, John. I appreciate that, buddy. So 5 of diamonds here on the turn. Yak, see, he picks up the check mark there on the low, and he is well ahead for the chance of scooping this whole pot. Got a whole big 7 card straight, depending on which cards he wants to use. So, see if anybody wants to come along and see a river. I don't believe they do. Oh, excuse me. MJ does, and ace on the river will do nothing for him. He was looking for a 7 or a 4, boat up, and take half that pot, but as you see, Yak picks up double check marks. 360 in the middle here. See if he can get any more out of MJ, but I doubt it with 2 pair on that kind of straight drawly board. So, chips flying already in this 15:30 limit 8 or better Omaha game at Best Bet Live on a Thursday night. Appreciate all you guys tuning in. I know it's a little different than what we usually do, but should be interesting. Like I said earlier, we don't see this game very often as far as, I mean, speaking for myself, I know I don't, so definitely something different. Keep us on our toes over here at Best Bet Live. So MJ, Queen 10-6 trade, double suited, is going to put that in the muck. This is a half kill pot, guys, so we are cranked up a little bit on our blinds here, 20-40. Over to Yak on the button, or excuse me, on the half kill is going to just check. And looks like we're going 6 ways to this flop. Get ready for some graphics, guys. 7, King, Jack, all hearts. So Jimmy flops 3rd nuts, 2nd nuts with the king on the board. But like we know in Omaha, guys, Keith, although he doesn't have 2 hearts, still has the ace of hearts. So Jimmy knows that that is out there and doesn't know that Keith doesn't have another heart to go along with it. So let's see if Keith can kind of make a move with a ace, 9, 8 hand. So 4 pairs, jack of diamonds. Kind of gives Keith some more options here because he can still rep that nut flush and also draw to a boat here on the river. Brick, 6 of clubs.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Keith is going to kind of shut it down and check it, and Jimmy's going to check it right back. Doesn't like he's only got the queen high,
You're exactly right.
and we'll scoop 240 on this one. Austin Hunt in the Facebook chat, 8 or better means so this is in this Omaha game, there can be a high and a low hand, and for there to be a low hand in each hand, there has to be 3 cards 8 or lower on the board. So for instance, if the flop was 8, 7, 4, and 2 of the cards in your hand were ace deuce, that means you have the nut low. You have the lowest hand possible on this board, since there is a low possible with 3 cards 8 or lower, and you have ace deuce, which is the 2 lowest possible. So you're guaranteed half the pot, and then say if somebody else also had ace deuce, you would split the half pot with them, so you get a quarter pot, or you know, so and so. But Austin, if you see the board and there are not 3 cards 8 or lower, don't worry about it. It is only a high hand available for that particular hand, and there will be no chop pot. Brain Butter, what's up, man? Glad to have you back. Great night for some Omaha. Well, lucky you. You're getting it 2 nights in a row. Tomorrow night, pot limit 5-5. Everybody at Best Bet knows that's a juicy game.
Back in the action, guys. King, 7 deuce, ace 5, 2, 3, queen 9, deuce 4. King in the lead, 53% of the equity, no low this hand. King with the flush draw, basically a hammerlock. It's good. MJ takes this one down.
Look at Keith. The Lions are losing, so he switches to.
You guys let us know who you're watching for, who you're rooting for here in this 15:30 Omaha 8 or better game. We're happy to be here, myself and Jordan Spina, on a 15-minute delay out of Best Bet Jacksonville. Omaha week this week, like we talked about earlier, 5-5, no cap tomorrow. That's going to be a fun one. Those games, they get out of control sometimes. And then next week, all my tournament heads in the chat, $1,500 Fall Frenzy next Saturday, day 1. We're going to run that thing all the way down to the final table. Then we'll come back Sunday at 4 o'clock. We'll play that final table, and we'll stream it right here on Best Bet Live. So all you guys in the chat have been asking for tournaments. You've been waiting 6 months since coronavirus, waiting for some tournament final table action. We got you. This, a week from Sunday, will be our Fall Frenzy $1,500 final table. We can't wait. That event doesn't have a guarantee, but the prize pool is going to be out of control. I have a feeling. I just have this feeling in my gut. This 1,500 is going to be out of control. I think we're going to get like 400.
Nah, Sage was saying he thinks 250.
I'm going to take the over.
Yeah.
I set the line at 325.5.
Sure.
I set the line at 325.5 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be, if I could go back and change my line, I would. I think it's going to be out of control.
Jiggy Brack in the YouTube chat. Yeah, you're absolutely right there. I was kind of trying to make a hypothetical, easy to explain, quick kind of explanation, which is definitely hard to do with this game. But you're absolutely right. If you have ace deuce and a deuce comes on the turn of river, it counterfeits, and ace tray will beat you in certain situations. But like I said, there's also tweaks to that. So
619 Poker says Best Bet Live. What's up? What's up? 619 says kind of learning pot limit Omaha. It's called the Great Game, man. Get ready to gamble. The the thing about pot limit Omaha is you got to have a big bankroll to play that game because there's a lot of variance and you just have to live with it. It's inherent variance built into the framework of the game. You just have to learn to live with it. And so, it's like anything else when it comes to poker. The cream will always rise to the top. It's beatable. It's very, very far from being solved. So you put in the time, you can beat pot limit Omaha. You just gotta you gotta understand that the variance is built in. You just the best you can ever be is 70-30 maybe. That might be a stretch.
Yeah, you got to just ride the swings in that game.
Yeah, for sure.
They're coming. Alex in the YouTube chat says this game nearly broke Gus Hansen.
Oh man, Gus Hansen is my guy. Whenever people talk about your favorite poker player, mine's always Gus Hansen.
So ace, king, king, jack there for Matt. That's a pretty hand. Ace, king suited.
That's a fun hand, but you want to have a low draw.
Sure. Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like, I'd like to see a deuce in there. Ace, king, king, deuce.
He's pretty happy with this flop, though. Only one low card on the board, so. Although.
Brad Spike's 2 pair here, though. He's got jacks and 5s.
Yeah, and a gutter with his other 2 cards. So.
MJ, the only flush draw in the field, so he's got 42% of the equity. Ooh, binks it right on the turn.
It's a little one, though, and like I said, Keith has a Mr. hand, but 4 deuce, 4 high flush in Omaha, you're not feeling great, so.
Yeah, you never feel great in any Omaha game when you have, a four high flush.
I mean, we saw it 2 hands ago.
Look, he just folded it. Wow, he said no thanks.
I mean, we saw it 2 hands ago. Jimmy had the queen high flush, and just checked back most of the time because he didn't, third nuts, and in Omaha, somebody else most likely or could easily have the suited ace or king.
Yeah, that's a good point. My man Brandon here has got the dry ace for the blocker. It's so tough in any limit game, though. It's tough to use your blockers in a limit game because no matter what, you're always getting great pot odds.
Sure.
It's hard to play. It's hard to block a hand. Brandon does win the hand, but he makes a straight, queen high straight, and gets the check mark. Nobody has any clubs, but it's hard to use the dry ace as a blocker because your opponents are always there's 10 bets in the middle and you bet 1. Right. You know what I mean? Like
in PLO, you can rep that dry ace really hard and win some pots with that edge. So it's kind of a different aspect in limit Omaha that.
Yeah, you can de-incentivize your opponents to continue with their draws in a big bet cash game. Is my point. In a limit game, it's really hard to de-incentivize anybody to continue or fold on the river,
right? Because,
like I said, there's 10 bets in the middle and you bet 1. Like you got to be right 1 out of 11 times, or something like that. It's not hard to be good 10% of the time. Like, they're going to look you up with the second and third nuts in those spots, is kind of my point. Even though you have the dry ace. Ernesto in the YouTube chat says, edge. No limit players have no clue. I'm assuming you're referring to pot limit Omaha, and I agree with you. I think you can have a much, much greater edge in pot limit Omaha than you can with the current state of no limit hold'em. Jiggy Brack says this game is for card players, not gamblers. I would agree. Amber Overstreet, how much is a kill pot? The kill pot, in the kill pots, we're going to be playing 20-40. So at 150, anytime a player scoops a pot of 150 or more, we're going to play a kill pot. And in that hand, we'll be playing 20-40. Matt, whose name is actually Mac, is in there with ace 10, 7 deuce single suit. Keith in there with the ace queen 8 5 single suit. BJ getting in there. Ace deuce 7 7. Wow. Matt flopping a big one here, flopping top with the nut low draw here. BJ with the same draw, but a worse hand for the high. He's looking at getting quartered here. So Keith picks up top here on the turn, but that gives Mac the flush draw with the nut low draw. Oh, I'm sorry, Keith has 2 pair. He's got queens and 8s. Queens and 8s with a 10. He's got a bad low draw in this situation. John Harris with a good point. Also 8 or lower has to be 3 different low cards. Yep. Good point, good point. This is a pretty interesting card. The King of Hearts here on the turn, giving Keith the check mark, queens and 8s. Brandon going to get after it, though. Bets 40. This hand was a kill pot. I don't know if Keith's going to be able to look him up here with middle 2. Queens and 8s, not a very strong hand in a 4-card game. Keith doesn't care. Keith's going to look him up. Queens and 8s with a king. Mac trying to figure out how he bricks everything. Bricks the other pair. Bricks the flush draw. Bricks the nut low. And Keith's going to take it. You guys see it right there. There's 410 in the middle, so the next spot's going to be a kill pot. Keith picking up a big one here with 2 pair. I like Brandon's play here. That's the other good thing about a limit game. Even though you kind of de-incentivize your opponents to continue, you can apply a lot of pressure because it only costs you 1 bet. Whereas when you're playing a pot limit game or a no limit game and there's 400 in the middle, you're going to be looking to bet, you know, anywhere from 200 to 400. In a limit game, you just got to fire that 1 bullet, and if the stakes are big enough, it's still going to put a lot of pressure on your opponents. Oh, the insane high stakes games on Poker Stars with PLO. Yeah, I remember those. Alex says you need a bigger bankroll for this game. Elaborate on that. The only bad thing about a big limit game is like when you get stuck in a big limit game, if you get coolered, you know, twice in a row and you get stuck for a couple racks in this game, it's really hard to get your money back in a limit game. You know, you might just have to come back the next day and try it again. If you get buried in this game off the rip, you catch a couple coolers early on in your session, it's really hard to get unstuck. Whereas in no limit, you know, you go in, you lose a buy-in off the rip, you know, stuck 500, you could get it back the next hand. When you're playing in a limit game, you know, you might lose. It might take you 2 weeks to get unstuck. John Harris says min max. The min's 150, and as with all of our Omaha games here at Best Bet Jacks, no max.
Check all around.
Kind of a nasty turn card there. Keith picks up 3 10s on the turn there. Aces for Jimmy, no good. All the low draws miss. Keith's going to get the check mark. 230 in the middle. We're going to have a 3rd kill pot in a row. This game's pretty fun. I'm glad we switched it up and decided to stream something else.
Yeah, John Harris, come on down. You can put 20 grand right on the table.
John Harris, let's do it.
David Thompson tuning in once again from Bangor, Maine. What's up, buddy? Glad to have you back.
So, Alex, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't think you need a bigger bankroll for this game. I think you could probably, it might even, the opposite might ring true in most limit games. I think you could actually play with a smaller bankroll just because of your buy-ins, you know, proportionate to the bets. They say, you know, you could buy into a limit game for 10 big bets.
Yeah, and the buy-ins in this game, you know, were all pretty similar. It was all kind of near 1,000, and then BJ and then 9 seat decided to go in for 5K. So John Harris, he took your route there. BJ in the 9 seat and decided to put a stack on the table.
That's right. Put the whole roll on the table. Gamble one time. I've known Brennan a long time. He's a good player. That's definitely not his whole roll. All right, here we go. Got one brewing. Going 4 ways to the flop. Everyone dead even in equity. Look at that. So sick.
So nobody has 2 diamonds.
Yeah, look at that.
8-7 ace.
Let the bluffing begin. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? This is where we talk about card players and gamblers. Like, this is where you got to outplay your opponents. Best bluff. Best bluff award goes to MJ.
Good lay down.
Deuce is good.
Vince Villarreal says this is Knit Nation poker. So you would think so initially, but it's not, man. There's so much room for so many players in these games make a lot of mistakes, and you'll just, if you watch for 15 minutes, you could just, you know, your mind will be blown. I was just having this conversation with Jordan, like maybe we should switch to mixed games because I think there's so much more of an edge than the current state of No Limit.
I just think it's such like a niche kind of like these 8, and you know we might have a group of 10 that would play this game, but 20 that plays this game, but it's hard to kind of get a consistent big group to kind of want to play this game all the time. So it's kind of like a small category of players, but it's definitely a fun thing to be able to switch it up.
Yeah, you're right. These, you know, it's hard to travel around and find a big limit Omaha-8 game or even a big limit Hold'em game, you know, anywhere outside of the World Series during the summer or, you know, the what is the 9-18 game at the Wynn? That's just about it.
So ace, Trey, 6 flop, 2 clubs. Brad with clubs, but Matt has the better ones with the ace, 5 of clubs. So he's got 2 pair for the top and the, nut flush draw for the top and 2 pair. He's got 3 pair actually. He's got kind of everything.
Aces and 6s get the check mark here.
Yeah, it's. I thought I was trying to see. Like, did he just hit it straight? How to catch that check already? But I guess that will do it.
He locked up the low too.
Yeah, that 4 will kind of do it here. As far as everybody else's hands are concerned.
Looks like he's got a 65 low with top 2 pair.
Yeah.
Oh, and proves the 6 is full.
Yep.
Get the double check mark.
Yep. So this hand just got better and better and better for Matt.
It's gonna be hard to get any value though when the nobody in the field has a low.
Like, look at the board and then look at his hand. He flops 2 pair with a nut flush draw.
Sure.
And then, you know,
Absolutely.
improved on the turn and boats up on the river. It's kind of like nobody else can have any piece of this. You kind of have too much
Right.
of it.
Yeah. That's called like having the whole board covered.
Yeah.
Exactly 150 in the middle. Get stuck with the kill.
Robbie Fisher says he loved the Baltimore and Wire shout out last night. That's what's up. That is my show. So
Yeah, the Wire's the show.
if you get me talking about the Wire, it's hard to stop me. So yeah, I love that show.
All right, button moves. Mac in the kill pot this hand. We're going to be playing 20-40.
Yeah, it's not until Sunday now.
We got Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah.
John Harris says, in limit, you can bluff smaller stacks off. Yeah, that's probably pretty accurate. I would say that probably rings true.
Yeah, they did, right?
Jeff DeHaven says, what's a kill pot? It's almost like the limit version of a straddle. You can still straddle and limit, but anytime, if you're playing a game that has a predetermined kill pot, anytime a player, one single player scoops a pot over X amount, then the next hand is a kill pot and the stakes are raised. The stakes can be doubled. You know, if you're playing a full kill, they can be halved if you're playing a half kill. So, for example, if you're playing 10-20 and the next hand is a full kill pot, you'd be playing 20-40. We're playing with a half kill. All right, so it looks like we're going 5 ways to the flop. Man, some of these guys getting in these hands with absolutely no low draws. It blows my mind.
Yeah, it really makes our job hard because I got to sift through, 5 players' whole cards and try to put them on this board. So,
I mean, like this queen 10-10-4 with 3 diamonds from Yak.
9 folds, 3 folds.
Matt flopping top set here. Yak in there with the open ender. As I say that, he's going to win the hand, 100%. What is he doing in the hand? And then he wins it.
sure.
Top set here. Watching from the Philippines. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't pronounce your name. I'm afraid I would butcher it, and I don't want to be insulting. But thank you for watching.
Yeah, that's awesome. We definitely have been getting a bunch of different viewerships from different countries around the world, so that's super cool.
Jiggy Brack's got a really good point in the YouTube chat. It says every stack is the same, assuming you have enough to cover the bets in the next hand. Yeah, to an extent, you know, as long as the cap hasn't been reached before you get heads up, you can you know, there's unlimited raising.
Sure.
So yeah, but there is some validity to that. Every stack is kind of the same as long as you can cover the bets on that street. I guess your stack is never like really in danger. That's a good point. I never thought of it that way. Whoa, quads!
So, okay.
Quads full.
Matt boats up, checks to Yak. Yak leads out into Matt, who calls, and then just improves to quads on the river.
Yeah, everything.
Where the pocket jacks at? Hit a bad beat one time on the live stream.
So Yak was looking for an ace there.
Or a 9.
Sure.
The boss man in the Twitch chat says seat open. Come get in the booth, man.
That's right, Jesse the
Come
boss
get
man,
weird with us. We're pounding Red Bull, hanging out in the booth, chatting it up. Come get weird with it. Alex in the YouTube chat says it's crazy how easily you can have a set and lose by the river. Absolutely. The old maxim for Omaha is the game doesn't even start until the turn. I'm sorry, the hand. The hand doesn't even start till the turn, which is a good way to think of it, you know. Flop the nuts, improve on the turn, drawing dead on the river. That's kind of the old saying for Omaha. William Rambowski in the Facebook chat. What's up?
Yeah, we talked about it.
Thanks for joining.
Actually, over here. Yeah, have bike, yeah.
Lenny Y says that second jack will make it interesting. That's what I'm saying. Where's the pocket jacks at? Hit a bad beat one time. Jack's in there with the 2 black kings. Kind of the bad low draw. Like we said, it's kind of weird how many of these guys are getting in here with hands that can't make the low draw. I'm not the best with the strategy when it comes to this game. So maybe there's something I don't understand, but let's get it. 6 ways to the flop. From Allen, Michigan. What's up? Yak flops top and bottom here.
All around.
Jimmy flopping a low. Wow, look at this. 5 ways to the flop, and the best percentage in the field has 25% equity in the hand. Nobody with any spades, right? BJ gets the double check mark,
pair good?
makes the 9 high straight.
Oh, he gets the straight on the river.
Yeah, makes
okay.
the 9 high straight.
1 folds, 2 folds, 3 folds. Folds all around.
No, I'm playing a 9-8.
Picks up the low half as well.
Jamming this game. I would always
160, just enough for the kill.
I live on the gun I raise and make it easy.
William said needed a poker fix. Cool, man. Like we said, we're kicking it old school tonight, 15:30, Omaha 8 or better.
Everybody folds out.
Myself and Jordan Spina, thanks for hanging out.
I mean, I take my bet back, do a toss at least $6.
Brain Butter says, I will pretty much see every flop when playing PLO. Every hand seems full of potential. I know, man. That's the hard thing about PLO. You know, you look at your hand and you go, man, I can make 4 straights, 2 flushes, all kinds of 2 pair. How do I not play this hand? I think playing PLO is a lot about position, too.
What is that, Hollywood Park?
Robert Turner when he was.
Sage says, make it 9-handed. I need to get in this game. That's what the boss man said. We'll make it a 10-handed for you guys. That's a slow day for Mike Matissa. Yeah. Poker, Red Bull, and cocaine. Sounds about right.
That's just take the best Weissen right there.
MJ getting in there with the Queen 9 deuce deuce single suit, and it looks like we're going 5 ways to the flop. Looks like Yak flopping that nut flush draw with a wheel draw as well. Needs that deuce of clubs one time for a hammer lock on this hand. Looks like Keith's going to call him with second best. Turns an open ender here. I guess a gutter ball. A gutter ball and a flush draw.
Yeah, playing in that 9-18 game. No lie. I folded out aces pre-flop.
Looks like everything bricks. And is Yak going to take this thing down with 10s and trades?
By the time it got back to me, it was capped. 7, 8-way action. No, seriously. 7, 8-way action. So I'm like, screw that.
Yak decides to turn what is actually the best hand into a bluff. Yak's got the best hand, doesn't know it, turns it into a bluff, and it works. Picks up 195. Keith has to fold, misses everything. In there with a gutter ball, a flush draw, an open ender. Bricks it all.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm mocked it because
All right, button moves, kill pot, playing 20-40 this hand. Got a big list. If you guys are in the area, come get a seat. Probably going to fire up a must move. We're going to play all night.
I got to flop a set of aces really to win that hand.
We touched on it earlier, all my tournament heads. You got about 10 more days till that big 1,500 fall frenzy. It's gonna be a lot of fun. The boss man, you talking about Yak's river bet there? He bet with the best hand. That was for value. What are you talking about? That was for value. He had the best hand.
And of course, they played 10-handed back in those days. So,
Brain Butter says it's hard to do commentary on Omaha. So much to check out. Yeah, if you catch us dragging a little bit, it's because we're trying to read the hands. There's a little trick though. If you go by the percentages on the side, it'll get you up to speed a lot faster. Instead of looking at the exact hands and trying to figure out the cards and how they correlate to the board, if you follow the percentages, the equities next to the cards, it's like a little shortcut. It's a cheat code. All right, we're going 4 ways to the flop. Jimmy, Yak, Matt, BJ. Let's do it.
We don't 9-handed big O. I think 10-handed, but
You can get away at 9.
yeah.
Yak with a big hand here. Big Broadway draw. Binks it right on the turn. Queen 10 good. This is a kill pot, so we're playing for 40. Here, the big bet on the turn is going to be $40. Mac in there with top 2. Trying to pick up a boat, no low hand. Spade's probably going to slow everything down. Yep, goes check, check. I would have liked to see a bet out of Matt there on the end. I don't know if it would have worked. That kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier about how hard it is to de-incentivize, your opponents to continue because of the size of the pot. Bossman, you and I talked about that yesterday a little bit. How hard it is to get somebody off of a hand when you're getting such a good price. Yeah, Brain Butter, check the percentages, man. It's a cheat code for our Omaha games. That's what I use. That's how I figure it out.
Yeah, he's not necessarily saying it's a cheat code to read every hand faster, but it's a cheat code to kind of see which hands matter quickly. you know, it's 6 ways to a flop in this game. There's a few hands in there that really you can kind of skip past and just kind of focus real quick on the people that have the best pieces of it. So if you just look for like BJ here with the 69% of the high, like has a good lead in this hand so far.
Right, I catch myself doing that a lot. I'll be studying this hand and trying to figure out like what this guy's doing, and I look and he's got 8% of the equity, and another guy's got 92, and I'm, oh, okay, I need to focus on this guy. BJ with the blockers to the straight here. He can go. He can get after it. Probably throw a bet out there and take it down. Jimmy with bottom set though on a little bit of a scary board. This is kind of what we were talking about. The hand doesn't start until the turn. Not a fun flop for Jack. So you make the call correctly. You still got to fade the spades. You know what I mean? And then it can also a lot of bad turn and river cards for Jack here. Well, not that one. Jimmy improves to Broadway. Got some, just going to give BJ middle set. Now we got a set over set. Jimmy with Broadway. Throwing an ace out there one time for a spicy river card. Nope, no good. Broadway good. Jimmy takes that one down with the Jack 10. You guys don't forget, like we talked about earlier, we're playing 5-5 pot limit Omaha tomorrow. That game's going to be insane. Matt getting in there with Queen Jack 10-7 double suited. MJ King 5 Trey single suit. He's going to come along. Keith's in there. Ace 9 6 deuce. Ace 9 of hearts. Jack in there with big slick 5-4. Big slick of clubs. Wow, no low. King Jack flops it.
I'm gonna make it 40 and see 1, 2 folds, Jimmy, 3 folds, 4 folds. Call and a call.
MJ bumping it up here. Board pairs on the turn. 10s full of queens for Matt gives him the check mark. Trying to get value from that King Jack. Corey too smart for that trick. Been around a long time. He knows better. The board pairing in Omaha almost automatically kills all the action. It's almost a given. Whenever the board pairs, it's an action killer. It's a great bluff card. But usually it just ends up giving somebody the nuts. All right, kill pot on Mac, 20-40. Omaha-8 or better this hand. That board is wet as hell. Yep, for sure. We're putting that November live stream schedule together now. Should be out in the next week or two. Once that gets posted, feel free to shoot us an email. Let us know what game and what day you want to play. We'll get you on the stream. That way you can tell all your friends, tune in, and watch how good you play. BJ with the Queen Jack 5-4 right in the muck.
He's gonna raise 40.
MJ putting in the raise here makes it 40 to go. Alex in the chat says, when the board pairs, it's time to pull out of hitting your flush or straight. I mean, in Omaha, you don't ever want to draw to a hand that's not the nuts. And whenever the board pairs and you're drawing to a straight or a flush, obviously, you know, you're not going to have the nuts. The money is made in Omaha, you know, by people paying off with the second and third nuts. Omaha is a drawing game. It's kind of a game of straights and flushes. But, you know, obviously, top boat, second boat, set over set, stuff like that. There's a lot of value in those hands, too.
Raise to 40 CT. Calling 6. Calling 7.
So William in the Facebook chat, I think he's saying which. So you see two percentages on each hand. The left side is the high, and the right side is the low. I believe that's what he was asking. So it's you can see split percentages for everybody's hand. Percentage of winning the high and the low hand. High on the left, low on the right. You can see Keith here is 88% favorite to win the high and 50% to win the low.
Keith getting the check mark here.
Nine's good?
He's got the nut low, and top, gonna take this one down.
Wow, one pair good.
I know. How does nobody have like a 7-8 or 7-10 or anything? You know,
Right.
7-6, 7-5?
Two pair?
You're the initial raiser.
You got it. I was. Don't bump it.
Cletus, Guns, you tell me. Cletus, he was MIA last night. He was saying he was up in North Carolina or something. I figured you'd know.
So you hit the high and then
If you ask me, Florida loses and he's nowhere to be found. I don't want to draw a correlation, but it's kind of hard for me not to.
Shots fired.
Oh, yeah.
Shots fired in the booth.
I think Cletus knew his time was coming and tried to see if he could fade me for a little while, see if I'd forget, but I'm not forgetting. People don't forget.
Same result. No, same result. I couldn't beat the crap.
All right, Bud moves on to the next hand. Let's do this. Thanks for hanging out. 15:30, Omaha 8 or better. Best Bet Live, 201 Monument Road, Jacksonville, Florida. We got a big one for you guys next Friday on the eve of our $1,500 Fall Frenzy Tournament. We're going to be playing a monster PLO game. We're going to be playing 25-50 pot limit Omaha. You want to see some chips get shoved around? Tune in next Friday, the 23rd. That game, I can't wait for that game. 25-50 pot limit Omaha. It's going to be a monster. What do you even buy into that game for? 20K? 50K? You want to have some bullets in the chamber. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to get in there with 5K and get roasted your first
Right.
hand.
I don't know. I have no idea.
What do you even come into that game for? I think like between 20 and 30K. Yak with 75% of the kings in his hand in the muck. Yeah, you guys don't miss that game. The 23rd, Fall Frenzy Eve. And then we're going to come back at noon on the 24th. We're going to fire up that day one of that big $1,500 Fall Frenzy, 30-minute levels. play down to the final table, come back on day 2.
That's right.
Stream it right here on Best Bet Live.
We'll be here that Sunday
Yep.
for the final table for that $1,500 Fall Frenzy.
That's going to be the 25th.
And the 28th is the 1010XL.
Ooh, the 1010XL main event.
Yep.
We're supposed to have 4 of those a year. 2020 had other plans, but
Yeah.
we're back. This one's that's gonna be a huge field too.
I was say I think this one might make up for 1 or 2 of the other ones. It's going to be a big field. We might set a record as far as entries on the 1010XL main event.
What is the I think the record was like 275
Yeah, they're
or
saying upper
280 one
twos.
year.
They're saying upper twos.
I think we got like 276 or something one time.
I could see us going over 3 pretty easy. So
We're gonna have $110 bounties in the field. You knock out a 1010XL main event bounty, basically get your buy-in back and you're free rolling. We're going to stream that final table right here on Best Bet Live as well. For a $110 buy-in tournament, those prize pools get huge. First place in that thing is always like a couple $1,000.
are we doing feature on that as well?
I think so. I think we're going to stream the whole thing. I haven't seen the schedule, so I'm not positive.
Well, maybe not the whole thing, but maybe like after registration.
Yeah, usually we stream a feature table after late reg.
Yeah, we'll run a feature leading into the final for that 1010XL main event, so that should be a lengthier stream depending on how quickly that final table plays out and everything like that. So
that's going to be a fun one. We haven't done a 1010XL. I don't know if we've done one this year.
no, I'm trying to think. I don't think it's been this year. I want to say probably it was last fall. I don't think we caught one earlier this year.
That's a great tournament. If you're on the fence about that one, let me sway you in the right direction.
If you've never played a tournament, that's probably a good one to like start with.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good one to get your feet wet in.
Yeah, it's a fun, kind of like not so serious. There'll be a lot of joking and a lot of fun stuff in that tournament. Like Dustin said, there'll be bounties and I don't want to call them celebrities, but local celebrities, you could say. The local radio station here, the hosts from the show will be in the tournament playing
I'm going to
as
tell
well.
him you said that.
What? You're going to tell Prosser I called him a not real celebrity?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. If you guys have never played with Jeff Prosser, he knows how to get it.
Look at this. We got, what is this, 7-way action, and all of the equities almost the exact same. Pretty sick.
Yeah, that's pretty
BJ's got
pretty hard to do.
BJ's got a pretty good low draw here. Jimmy's in there with the open ender.
So Brad turns trips.
Yeah, Brad's equity. So the bad thing about Brad's hand is Keith has a
Right.
boat now.
Yeah.
Keith's got 10s full of 5s. Everybody trying to get there on that low hand, and Keith's going to lock up half the pot and let them chop up the rest if that low draw gets there. If not, Keith's going to scoop the whole thing. There's already 260 in the middle. Steve Nall in the chat. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Steve? Hope you're doing all right.
Hope you're feeling better.
Yeah, man.
Nick from Yuma. What's up, my man?
What's up, Nick? Little different game for you tonight, Nick. We were talking earlier how this is different for our Best Bet live stream. So 8 on the river gives BJ the half of the pot here for the low. His 6 deuce is good.
Yeah, we're chopping this
Or
one
excuse
up.
me, his ace deuce.
Yeah,
Excuse
ace
me.
deuce good for the low. 85 for BJ. Wow, Keith's boat got counterfeit. Brad gets the check mark. 10's full of 8s. Yeah, you definitely want to put in a raise in this spot. Get
Oh.
value from some worse full houses. There's straight draw out there.
So we talked about this earlier. Keith flops top 2, turns a boat, and now he's losing on the
Drawing
river.
dead on the river.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely want to get the max in this spot if you're Brad. You got top boat.
Oh, let's chop up Keith's money.
Yeah, see, you already know you're chopping with the low guy, so you definitely want the other guy that might potentially have a high hand to put in the max. Yeah, good play by Brad. Obviously, you want to get that extra bet in there, and the good thing about him having position is it looks a little bluffy when you do it on the button. Last player to act.
Bryson Starling in the YouTube chat. This is not pot limit. This is fixed limit, Omaha. So 8 or better, not pot limit in this 15:30 game. The game tomorrow night, if you're going to tune in on our Friday night live stream, will be a 5-5 pot limit Omaha game. So that one will be pot limit if that is more your taste.
Yeah, tomorrow's the pot limit game. Tonight's the fixed limit game.
Wyatt Harris, you're going to be down here tomorrow, man. Can't wait.
Cool, man.
I'll be here. So come say what's
5-5
up.
game. Bryson says, get that 1-2 PLO. Sage, where you at in the chat? The people are asking for it, man. They want some 1-2 PLO live stream action.
Yeah, Alex, not pot limit.
He's like, why are the bets so small? Why did this guy just bet 30 into
Why is he only bluffing a
280?
min raise here? Like,
Yeah.
what is he doing?
Why is he using the min raise as a bluff?
Yeah, so Alex, tomorrow night we'll be running pot limit. If you're more into that, that'll be a juicy game as well. 5-5 PLO. Consistently is probably the juiciest game we run at Best Bet as far as a game that runs daily. As we said earlier, like this Omaha game, that game will have no max buy-in.
No max on any of our Omaha games here at Best Bet Jacksonville.
So like John Harris says, he's going to bring a 20K and put it right on the table. We'll let you. Yeah, Bryson, shoot Sage an email, and he'll definitely get back to you on that.
Yeah, him and I talked about it. I think it's something that is in the works. We don't have the November schedule put together yet, so
Yeah, so
we haven't seen it.
like we were talking about last night, any suggestions or things you guys would like to see as far as streaming schedule goes in the next few months? Shoot Sage an email and hit him with any suggestions that you might have. We also spoke about a meetup game as far as for you viewers. Try to set up a date in the near future, maybe the next few months, where a particular date could work to get a majority of you guys in here to play either a cash game or a little tournament or something between all the viewers for Best Bet Live.
Yeah, I think that's a cool idea.
So any kind of comments, concerns, questions you guys have about any of that, Sage would love to talk to you about it and answer your questions. So shoot Sage an email, sagec@bestbetjacks.com. That's on the Twitch page if you guys need to see that again, and he would love to talk to you guys more about that.
Poker Yoda says 5, 10, 25, 50, 100, 200, 400.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
That's how that game gets sometimes. That how sick is that?
So last time we played 5-5, they pretty much made it a 5-5-10 game. With like
Well, there's a $10 straddle, and then they were raising blind, and it just got
yeah. So they were
out of
playing a
control.
mandatory $10 straddle. So it's pretty much playing with a third blind essentially. And then obviously a blind raise on every spot all the way onto the button. You most likely will see some of that tomorrow night.
It was like $7.50 to pot at pre-flop or
Yeah.
something. Gary Malicki in the YouTube chat. Hello from New York. Hey, man. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching.
Allegheny State Park, Salamanca. Are you a park ranger, Gary? Where
Not working.
what's up with that? That can't be a city. You're tuning in from the middle of a state park right now? He's got it set up. He's got his camping gear. He's got a little satellite rigged up, watching some Best Bet Live in the middle of the woods.
I love it.
Upstate New York. What else would you rather be doing on a Thursday night?
This is a pretty interesting hand here. Jimmy in there, top and bottom with a flush draw. Keith in there, pocket kings. Keith gone. He's got to get out of the way. MJ in there. A 4 would be a super spicy turn card here. Queen of Hearts. Looks like the turn goes check, check. Diamonds get there. Jimmy gets the check mark.
Yeah, immediately.
I guess MJ had the nut low draw as well. He needed that 5 one time. Or any low card, really. Jimmy gets the diamonds, takes down the pot. Keith gets out of the way. Attitude Gratitude says a round for round game. No limit, pot limit, 5-5. I want to play in that game for sure. That sounds right up my alley. Joseph Nolan checking in from UCF. Team Brad all the way. That's cool. That's awesome. Thanks for watching.
Johnny Strickland says he's new to poker. What does 8 or better mean? That means, so you guys can see, we talked about it, this game is there's an opportunity to split a pot for a high and a low hand, but for there to be a qualifying low hand in each hand, there has to be 3 cards on the board that are 8 or lower. So Johnny, if you kind of stick with us, I'll walk you through it on this flop and kind of explain that better for you.
Yeah, essentially each hand you're playing 2 different games. You're playing the low game and the high game.
Correct.
So, the object of the game is to win both pots. You're playing a split pot game, so there's a high pot and a low pot. The object of the game is to scoop both, but it doesn't always happen. Sometimes you end up with only the high or only the low.
So ace, jack, jack on this flop means there are no cards 8 or lower, which means there is not a possibility for a low on this hand. So everybody on this hand is playing for a high only. Oh, excuse me. It could go running low cards with the ace out there, and
Yeah, I could go like 7-8
sure,
or
but,
6-4 or something.
with only 1 low card on the board, the low hand kind of scratches here.
You have to have 5 cards lower than an 8 to win the to qualify for the low pot.
So Brad's 6 deuce here is best for the low possibility on this board with the ace and the 7. He needs an 8 or lower on the board to chop, and won't.
Yeah, we're not going to get there.
So
Brad's in there with the flush draw, turn the low draw,
right.
ends up with top 2, losing to Keith's 3 of a kind.
So since Keith's 6-5 were his 2 low cards and Brad's 6 deuce were his 2 low cards, had a third 8 or lower card come on that river, Brad's 6 deuce would have been best for the lowest hand with the remaining players in that pot and would have got half of that pot. Johnny, if that makes sense to you. I know it's kind of a lot to take in sometimes.
Yeah, it's hard to explain a split pot game in a minute or less, right?
Yeah,
It
like
just sounds like you're just talking
I
nonsense.
know. It's hard to give a quick rundown of this game.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. Alex says mental gymnastics. This game, once you get the hang of it, it's a lot easier than you think. It's a lot of it comes down to starting hands. Once
Right.
you kind of look at your starting hand and just kind of go, like we said, you want a hand that can make both a high and a low hand so you can scoop the pot. The object of the game is to scoop the pot. You don't ever want to play for half the pot. It's just it's a long-term losing solution, especially with the low end when you can get quartered, So you want hands that can make a high hand and a low hand, like big suited aces with a small card, like suited ace with like a tray or a 5 or obviously a deuce. Matt's got a big hand here. He's got the nut low draw, the wheel draw for the straight, and also the flush draw. He's got almost half the equity in the hand with 3 other players. There he goes. He binks the flush right on the turn. It's tough, like we talked about earlier, it's tough to make moves in this game without the nut flush. But Matt improves to 84-45 in the hand. Brad's trying to bink that 3 one time. Doesn't work. Matt's going to get the check. Got a pretty strong low.
What's that? I got knocked out early, but this has fun anyway.
Check. Mac takes that one down. John Harris says lots of players won't play unless they have a suited ace. Yeah, Jordan and I talked about that before before the stream started. I think that's kind of like one of the basic baseline strategies in this game. It's just, that's a good beginner strategy.
Right.
Don't jump in unless you have a suited ace with a low card. Like we said, Omaha is a game of straights and flushes, so it's a drawing game.
Yeah, two pair. You never, feel you're good. You kind of have to always assume there's somebody drawing, or on a set, or something going on there. You can't really assume you're ever good with people having 4 cards in their hand to play out of. So definitely having a suited ace in your hand pre-flop kind of ensures you have a little bit of safety.
Robert Sawyer says you can use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the low hand. Yeah, absolutely. Assuming that, obviously we're talking about that ace. Ace is the 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the with the ace being the 1 is the best low hand that you can make, and then goes from there.
Right.
Stephen, yeah, we touched on that earlier. If you flop the nuts, improve on the turn, pick up a redraw on the turn, drawing dead on the river. That's how it goes. Attitude Gratitude says 5-card PLO. That's the game that is show me the nuts.
Right.
Brain Butter says best low hand is the wheel, and a low hand could be 8, 6, 5, 3, ace. Yeah, any 5-card combination where all 5 cards are lower than an 8 is considered a low. It might not be the winning low hand, but any 5-card combination where you use 2 in your hand, 3 on the board is considered a low hand in Omaha-8 or better. Like we said, it might not be the winning low hand, but any 5-card combination of 5 cards lower than an 8, 2 in your hand, 3 on the board, is considered a low.
I don't know. He's like the
Poker Yoda says the boss man is lurking. I don't know how he's not in the booth. The boss man says almost always need an ace in your hand to have a playable starting hand. Yeah, I think that's good advice. I think otherwise, where you're going with this, boss man, is otherwise you're kind of drawing to the second nuts or like the third nuts, and that's kind of a losing play long term, right? Obviously, we all know that poker is a lifelong game, so you want to make moves that are going to be, plus EV in the long run, not in the short term. Jiggy Brack says, what's better, ace, ace, 2, 3, or ace, ace, deuce, king? I'm assuming both of them, both of them would be double suited. I think in this game it'd be ace, ace, deuce, 3, right? Because if a deuce comes on the board, you still have that second, now you have the nut in your draw, right? I think they're both really good starting hands. But I think ace, ace, actually that's a good question. It might be ace, ace, deuce, king. Who can answer that? Bossman says ace, ace, deuce, tray. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, ace, ace, deuce, tray. Yeah, my initial instinct is that it is ace, ace, deuce, tray, but then I second guess myself because not every hand, is going to have a low. So I thought ace, ace, deuce, king double suited, but ace, ace, deuce, tray seems to be the crowd favorite. Ace, ace, deuce, tray has more equity. Okay.
I mean, yeah, you get the better low draw, and then also, with not having that suited king, you could potentially give somebody else that king to having that if there's a flush draw in that particular hand. So.
Last time I was in Vegas, I played a little limit Omaha 8 or better, and after every hand, I would text Jesse and say, is this a good hand? Should I have played this hand? Is this the right hand? And he would say, Yeah, that's a good starting hand, or no, you're an idiot. Don't play that.
That's,
It was fun, though. I had a lot of fun. It was at the Orleans, obviously. It was a lot of fun.
That's who Yoda is?
Check. Check 7. Check
Has to be. Gross. I hope all of our viewers aren't like that. You seen the World of Warcraft episode of South Park? No.
Check 7. Check 9.
Steven also says 4-8 half kill or full kill. I think it was full kill. I can't half kill maybe. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. Boss Man says promise to be in the booth on the next 08 stream. Come do it. We got a 6-pack of Red Bull. Let's get weird. Ace Queen getting the check mark here. Queen's full.
Put off 4. Put off 4.
No low.
That was from the turn.
Yak picking up this $500 pot.
He bet 40.
He never tried. He never tried.
Got to be a little worried about King's full maybe. Maybe that was the only reason he kind of slow rolled calling there. Little worried about pocket Kings.
Queen 9 as well, Tom.
He gets a check mark, picks up the pot.
Wicked in the YouTube chat says, "Go Dogs." I don't know if you're gonna get to play that game this weekend. Unfortunately, might be in jeopardy. But I'm with you. Anything that goes against Florida, I'm with you. So go Dogs.
All right, looks like Yak's going to pick up the kill button. We're playing 20-40 this hand. For those of you guys that don't know, the person who is the kill button for the hand gets an option, kind of like a straddle, except the action still starts under the gun. But when it gets around to the person in the kill pot, they get an option. It's almost like a blind. So see, he gets an option. He just checks there.
Yeah, it's, I don't know, what would you call it, like a forced straddle?
Yeah, it's kind of, yeah. All right, we're going 6 ways to the flop here. Jimmy in there with 2 aces double suited. Brad flopping bottom 2 here, 4s and deuces. 38% of the high equity, 0% of the low equity.
So Brad actually flops set of 4s there, middle set.
Oh, I see it. Yep. Whoops.
Yeah, it's easy to miss some stuff in this with all these graphics sometimes.
Yeah, middle set, pocket 4s.
So Brad's gonna boat up with that 10 on the turn there. Excuse me. No, 3 pair now for Brad. Set of 4 still good for Brad though. For the high hand.
That's gonna give Jimmy a flush draw.
Yak's still with that gutter ball to the tray, but he is gonna get out of there.
Jimmy's going to pick up a flush draw and kind of a wonky straight draw here. He needs a 7 for a 10 high straight. A 7, a club, and he's got an emergency low, but 3 ways in this game, it's probably no good. Wow, quads for Brad. Gets the check mark for the high hand.
Yep.
Leads out with it. This is a really good spot for Brad. It's kind of the same situation he was in earlier, where you know maybe these other 2 guys are just playing for the low. Try to get value from like a random pocket 9s, maybe pocket deuces.
Right.
Other full houses.
Somebody in the chat earlier said they love that. They love to see their opponent. You know, you flop 2 low cards, and you know there's people on that draw now, and for the turn and river to go brick high cards. With a made high hand, you kind of love that feeling. So that's kind of how that went for Brad, and he got better.
I'm trying to see a bad beat on this stream tonight.
Seems possible. We're getting close already.
Getting close. It's the second time we've seen quads. I've seen some big straight flush draws.
That's right, Poker Yoda. He says 3-pair never wins. I say that all the time. I don't even know what you call what he had right there. He had 3-pair, set, quads. He had all cards. I don't know what.
He had all the board coverage.
Yeah.
It was hard for anyone to have anything else because he had all the cards in his hand. That's one of those spots where it's hard to get any value, but you have to bet. You just made quads.
Right.
And you're in position. You guys have been awesome. Thanks for hanging out. Playing 15:30, Omaha 8 or better. Here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Dustin Shacklock, Jordan Spina. We'll be here with you guys all night.
So jelly.
Jelly.
I mean, he is not himself. He's not even saying the word. He's
Bought it for $1,000 bucks. It's just kind of sitting there.
40 Trump.
Corey's been pretty quiet tonight. We haven't seen him play many hands.
Just throwing a party over there.
Might as well try to watch paint dry.
We'll take a look at the stats after this hand. We'll see how we're looking. Looks like we're about probably 30 hands into this 15:30 Omaha 8 stream.
No, that can't be right. Oh, okay, you did. Okay, so that's probably right.
Mike, they need to see your card.
Yak picking up a flush draw here. Top pair and a flush draw. Whoa, we didn't see MJ's hand, but now we do.
Yeah.
Got 2 kings. Yak's going to need running low cards. Ooh,
So Yak
Wow.
gets the hearts now,
nasty one.
and that heart was the one that MJ didn't want to hit.
Right, yeah. Really only drawing to 1 clean king.
Right.
Wow.
Did MJ win right there?
Yeah, Yak. I think he didn't have the ace of hearts.
No,
he had a really bad flush. He had like the five high flush.
No, it was a 10 high. He had 3 hearts in his hand.
Oh, sure. He must have just thought he was no good.
Yeah.
You're in the big fly.
It's a raise if you don't raise.
Tricky Hunter says, what time do we recommend getting there for the 1010 XL on the 28th? What time? Does that start at 7 or 6? I think that one starts at 6 that day.
Let me double check that.
I'm pretty sure that one starts at 6. I don't. I mean, I would say my advice would be get here early, like in the afternoon, and buy a ticket and then play a little cash or come back. Like, you don't want to be in the spot where, you know, obviously we think we can handle a big field, but we don't want to be in a spot where we have to, you know, everyone ends up as an alternate or something like that. So I would say my best advice would be get here early, buy a ticket, play some cash, go get some food, come back later, whatever.
Yeah, that is 6 o'clock. As you see, Mac in the Facebook chat confirms 6 o'clock start for that 10-10 main event.
Yeah, so that's going to be a 6 p.m. start. Probably going to late reds till a little after 8. I would say get here in the afternoon and buy a ticket. That way you know you got a seat locked up.
Brain Butter says, Dustin, why don't you and I go on camera and put us in the corner? We could. We have that that function. don't
It's hot
know.
in here. We're not wearing any clothes. That's
Yeah.
why. And we're both really ugly. We're,
Yeah,
we're not wearing any clothes, and we're both really ugly.
Yeah.
So that's why we don't put a camera back here.
We're sparing y'all that.
Yeah.
But we are working on maybe trying to implement something like coming on camera here and there every once in a while. But I don't think you guys need to watch us for the entirety of the stream. I don't know if you guys. I want you guys to watch me for the entirety of the stream.
Tricky Hunter says, "What's the earliest you can get a ticket?" I would say anytime day of, right? I don't know if you can get them day before, but I would say definitely anytime day of. You could probably get them day before.
Yeah, I know.
Mac Powers in the Facebook chat.
I had
Yeah, you could definitely get them day of. You might be able to get them day before.
19 Jack double suit.
Like I said, I would just get one early, man. Just hang out, play some cash, you know, get some food, whatever. Just make sure you get your seat locked up. What you don't want to do is show up like a late reg pro and get here at 7:30 and then, you know, end up as an alternate, not get in the game till 10:30 and have 4 big blinds. You know what I'm saying? I've been in that spot before, trying to be a cool guy, late reg pro, show up late to the tournament, buy a ticket. I'm the 100th alternate. By the time I get a seat, I got 5 big blinds.
But I think Bun's in one, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Bun is in one.
Brain Butter in Birmingham, Alabama. Shout out to Alabama.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
One blind?
No, your small blind is big. Just,
Yeah, you know, everything's still kind of a little weird with the COVID stuff. You know, we're still wearing masks. We're playing 8-handed.
let's do it.
We finally we got our staff
Time, why not?
pretty close to up to par, so we can handle some bigger events, some bigger buy-in stuff. But you never know, if that thing goes off the rails and we end up with 500 players, we're gonna have a bunch of alternates. We don't want it to be you. No room for late reg pros, you know, post coronavirus.
I had Jack 10, 9, 8 suit double suited. That's what I'm saying. I was in a little blind.
Oh, so you did that last hand was not the raise card.
9 folds.
No, Brandon raised last hand on the button.
Oh, I got the nuts.
Yeah, that was the previous hand.
Wow, look at this. Deuce, deuce, deuce. 9, 9, 9. Everyone getting dealt trips in the hole.
I got 3 of a kind.
Oh, snap. See, get a 211 in progress here. One sec.
Keith's going to make the call here with King 999.
I mean, I gotta have a good hand. Feels folded, right?
Oh, boy.
Tricky Hunter says, I need all the cheap hands I can get. That's right.
I'll just say this. Keep haste the gamble.
All right, we're going 3-handed to the flop. All the equity's pretty even in the hand. Everyone right around 30% after the flop, though. Keith jumps out there. Pocket 9's good. Still got 2 more cards to come, though, and we're playing Omaha, so anything can happen.
Even I can't play no more.
Corey's in there with the best low draw. Gets there. 75 low, good for Corey. Yak's got kind of a wonky gutter ball there. He needs a 5 for a straight, right? 5 for an 8-high straight. Or a 9, a 5 or a 9. 9 would give him the jack-high straight. Corey getting the check mark. Jackson 5's good.
Get a 7 in there.
I think Yak might have misread his hand. Oh, he thought his low was good. I see what happened. I don't know how. Must have thought Corey was just either bluffing, trying to buy the high. Maybe it was a misread.
Exactly.
For that gauntlet to have trips in my hand.
I had 3 deuces and a 7.
I'm living the life.
So yeah, guys, next weekend, $1,500 Fall Frenzy. That's going to be That's going to be day 1 on Saturday at noon. We're going to play all the way down to the final table, and then we'll bring them back Sunday here on Best Bet Live. We got a prelim event for that on Friday. We got a 240 No Limit Hold'em tournament. And then that Sunday, what is it, a 350 or a 360 monster stack on Sunday the 25th? 350 or 360 monster stack, consolation tournament. That's a great tournament too. That Sunday monster stack at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, it'll be at noon.
At noon?
Yeah.
Man, that's always a great tournament with a huge prize pool. It's not a guarantee, but I guarantee you're going to get everyone that busts out of day 2.
Right.
Brain Butter asking what is the $1,500 part? Yeah, it's a $1,500 tournament, so $1,500 buy-in
Correct.
for our Fall Frenzy tournament
Jimmy's running
here in
fast
about
on
10
him.
days.
As soon as they switch, I'm off. Every time. Promise.
You don't like playing with Chase?
And it seems like every
Ace 10-5 for Jimmy.
He says that to me out there, guys.
Yak with the Ace Deuce 7-9 single suit, and MJ with the Ace 9 Deuce Deuce, flopping the club draw. So Jimmy in the lead for the high. He's just gonna have to sweat out a club. The other two are gonna need some running low cards. That's a good card for Jimmy because now the other two players can't make a low. He's pretty much going to take this one down. The good thing about limit is you could just check call, you know. You already know what you're going to be in for. Jimmy's aces are good for the whole thing. 400 in the middle. They say in limit, saving a bet is basically winning. So that's what Jimmy's doing here.
Yeah, front door straight draw gets there, so he just checks it and
Yeah, but
probably.
he's got the blockers.
Yeah, that's true. He's got 2 blockers.
I mean, you have to look him up here.
I mean, you could go Jack 9, but
It's just too good of a spot for
yeah,
him to bluff.
you know, you can't really get in too much trouble with limit and.
Snapped him off.
Well, he's got one of the 10s, so he blocks some of like the pocket 10 boats.
Sure, I
You
didn't
know what
realize he had a
Like,
10 also. Yeah.
obviously, you're losing to a 6 and some weird Broadway combinations, but you block, you know, the top end.
Yeah, you're losing to
All the Broadway
Jack 9
hands.
or a 6 really there. So.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just too good of a spot for MJ to bluff, and they both know that, so you just got to check call in that spot.
I only see the cards are placed good. No, I can't.
That's why blockers are so important in Omaha, you know, when 80% of the deck gets dealt out pre-flop, it's important to block, you know, some of the top value hands.
Yeah, we can't see anything over there.
Brain Butter says, how many people start, or is it dependent on who shows up? Yeah, we started at 12. We late reg, you know, for a couple levels, and we run it from there. So if you're here, we started on time. We don't wait. We just fire it up. It's just dependent on how many tickets we sell, how many people are ready to go when we fire it up. How many do I think will enter? I think we're going to get a lot. I don't know for sure. We've been talking about it a lot recently. We don't really know what to expect. The 1,500 is a little bit of a steep price point, but we've been running a lot of satellites every day, $300 satellites to get into it. Those have been going well. So we'll see. Ace, good again. Aces and jacks get the check mark. This time for Keith, 190 in the middle.
Yep, Ace 8, good for the low there as well.
Yeah. Got the emergency 87.
Donnie in the chat, what's up, buddy? Adonis is not in the booth tonight. He is out of town.
Adonis, you go on vacation just to tune in and watch the game?
I know.
What are you doing?
Can't get away from it. You
Yeah.
can't resist it. You got your boy Donnie just fiending to get back in the Best Bet Live.
Can't
so,
wait to get back in the booth.
Nah,
My man
he's,
Bob in the chat says
Yep.
playing the 1010XL at 6 o'clock on the 28th, buddy.
that's right, 6 p.m.
2 weeks from yesterday, right? 2 weeks
right.
from yesterday. 10-10 XL main event. Taylor says D-Gen.
D-Gen Donnie. Donnie's the guy. He's up there out of town at a wedding. He's gonna be you know, in the crowd at the wedding during the reception, streaming, probably playing some poker on his phone, or either streaming a Best Bet live stream.
Watching Best Bet live during the ceremony.
It's like you know, when my buddies get, or anybody I know gets married, for instance, and it's a Sunday, you know, during NFL season. It's like, guys,
come on,
what are we doing here, guys?
Oh yeah.
Now I got to sit here and hide my phone and watch the Jaguar game during your wedding. You didn't have to make me do this.
My girl just signed me up for one on Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh my gosh.
Who gets married on Super Bowl Sunday? What are you doing?
Goodness. At least they're having it in not the summer.
Yeah.
Because when people do it, like, let me have an outdoor wedding in September in Florida on a Sunday. Like, Jesus.
Man, I said
100 degrees on a Sunday
can't get out of it. You know?
during football season. Man. What some of these guys do.
Top pair and a flush draw and a straight draw for Jimmy. All over it. Gets a check mark. Guns. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, man,
That's
it's like,
right,
it's
that's
like a
true.
twofer. You know,
yeah, you might be
Super
right.
Bowl party and a wedding reception. Let's take a look at the stats so far in this game. About 35 hands in, somewhere in that neighborhood. Let's take a quick look at the stats, see who's taking this thing down so far. Cumulative winnings. Mac up 415. Keith stuck a little bit, stuck 665.
15 5 ways and then a bet of 20, 20, or sorry, 15, 50, 30.
Keith V-Pip in the highest, 83%. Mac winning the most with the. That's pretty funny that the leader and the guy that stuck the most have also the highest and the lowest V-Pip. That's pretty interesting, actually. That's a fun stat. Or maybe Mac just coolered Keith for a pile, and that's how we ended up with those stacks. Donnie says, taking some shots for the boys in the booth.
Attaboy.
Get it.
Getting loose. Alex says, who gets married during COVID in the winter? I didn't even bring up that dynamic of the situation now.
Who cares? It's on Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah.
Who cares when it is?
We're talking football, okay?
Yeah.
American football. I know these are a bunch of English guys over here in the YouTube chat, so they probably just don't get it. Super Bowl Sunday is
it's about the most American thing there is.
yeah, it's kind of an untouchable day.
Jimmy flopping top with a pretty strong low draw here. I like Jimmy's hand. Good thing about Jimmy's hands is I think you can get value from a lot of worse hands. Yeah, see, there you go. So now you can get value from all the ace-5s, all the ace-6s. The 6 trays. Yak's got 6 tray in there. All right, so we thinned out the field a little bit. We're 4 ways to the river. Gonna let the graphics catch up here.
We saw blackjack on that river there, so won't help.
Jack of spades on the river is not really gonna change anything. 7s and 4s gets the check mark for Keith.
Yep.
Ace tray, check mark for Jimmy. You guys can see how those check marks are in opposite boxes.
Correct.
That's how you know who won the high and who won the low.
So Jimmy had a chance there to scoop on the river.
He did.
But we chopped this thing up.
All Jimmy really needed on the river was for Keith to not make. Oh no, Jimmy needed to improve on the river.
Yeah, he needed a queen, an
or
ace.
All right, guys. Button moves. We're on to the next hand. 40 hands into our 15:30 Omaha-8 or better stream. This is fun. I'm glad we mixed it up tonight.
That's right.
Took it back old school.
Yeah, Alex, you get the gist. I know you guys understand the Super Bowl and the importance of it for us, but I'm trying to think of something that could correlate it to what you guys do in England. I don't know. It would be like he says World Cup final. I was gonna say like if your buddy tried to get married on like Boxing Day or like something Championship Sunday or I don't know. World Cup final. Yeah, that's a good one, but.
Ace King 10-9. I like this hand in PLO. I don't know if it's the best hand for an 8 or better game.
15.
But there's not always a low, so we'll see what happens.
7 folds, 8 calls, 9 checks.
All right, here we go. 5 ways to the flop. Ace, Jack, 5, 2 diamonds. Jimmy's got a flush draw and a bad low.
He's also got the gutter ball for a wheel, and
Yeah, he's got the gut shot. Oh, he's got 4 deuce. No, he's got a good. He's got a pretty strong low draw actually.
Yeah. So hits the flush draw here on the turn. Even though it's not a very big one, he can't feel good about it. 7 high flush for Jimmy.
Problem for Mac is it's going to be really hard for him to make a full house because he has one of his own outs.
Right.
You know what I mean? He's got pocket queens. Oh, and he gets there. I was like, oh, he just needs a 4, and he does. He's got jacks full of 4s.
So Mac,
Normally in this spot, when you look down, you have one of your 4 cards is one of the trips on the board. You're like, okay, cool. I have all these other cards that I can pair. But
right.
when you have queens in your hand, you have some of your own outs. But he binks it. Binks one of his basically a 3-outer.
Yeah, so Mac gets in his hand with queen, queen, jack, 4, and he ends up using the jacks and the 4s, which is, I'm sure, exactly what he thought was going to happen.
Right.
So.
You don't even super feel good about making that 4 right there.
Right. Steve says Merseyside Derby might be close. Liverpool, Everpool, yeah. Liverpool, Everton, excuse me. Yeah, maybe with the recent success of Liverpool and obviously how good Everton's doing this year, that could be I don't know how big of a game that is like for the entirety of England, but I'm sure as far as Liverpool goes or the Merseyside area, that's a huge deal. But I assume that most Derby days in England or Europe, for that matter, probably shut the city down for the most part. For like a big derby in some of those smaller cities, I assume the city kind of just shuts down for a few hours. Yeah, exactly, Alex. With especially how good Everton is this year, I'm sure that'll be a big deal. Liverpool reeling just a bit too. Everton might feel like they have a chance to clip them one time. So yeah, maybe something like that. I personally am a North London Derby guy myself. And I can promise you my future wedding will not be on a North London Derby day. Or Super Bowl Sunday, that's right.
6 players, yes. Check 9, check 1.
That's right, Alex. The best team in North London, or London for that matter, and then the Spuds, or the Tater Tots, as I like to call them sometimes.
Ball 8, ball 9. Raise the 30.
So let's get back to this poker real quick. We're on this flop 5 ways. King, 7, 6, 2 diamonds. MJ with the diamond draw, along with top 2. Excuse me, middle set and top 2. Queen of Spades on the turn isn't going to help anybody. Excuse me, besides BJ, who picks up Broadway draw.
Ball 2, ball 8, ball 9.
And Mac hits a set of deuces on the river, but they won't be good for the high, but his tray 5 will be good for the low. So Mac going to take half this pot down, and MJ will take the top half with his set of 7s.
3 sevens.
All 8, all 9, show me.
So we got about 5 in the middle that MJ and Mac will split.
Yeah, you got 3 5 low. 3 5 low.
Thank you, Lord.
Brandon, you have better diamonds?
Yeah, Alex says the best thing about the Spurs is their stadium. Now read that back to me, Alex. The best thing about Tottenham Hotspur is their stadium. Trash. Mr. Arlington Beach, 15-30. There is a half kill in this game to 20-40. We have seen it quite a bit so far. I'm sure just hang on a minute or two and we will see a half kill. So anything over 150 in the middle, Mr. Arlington will implement that half kill, a scoop of over 150. Alex says they actually brew their own beer in the stadium and sell it at halftime. All right, that's pretty cool. As far as Tottenham stuff goes, that's actually kind of cool. For your team to brew their own beer mid-game in the stadium, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm the tightest one at the table.
You're the tightest one at the table.
3 calls. 4 calls. 6 calls. Raise 30, 7, 30.
So raised to 30 with from Brad with ace 4-4 deuce, double suited.
9 calls.
I don't even know if I want to look.
Gonna get called behind by quite a few.
1 calls. 2 calls. 3 calls. 4 calls.
For the money, dude.
45, 45 because
And by quite a few, I mean
shot 60.
everybody until Corey, who decides to 3-bet. And now Brad, who is the original raiser, is going to 4-bet. So we're at 60 now.
60 to go. 8 folds, 9
Haven't seen many 4-bet pots pre-flop yet tonight, but here we are.
30 more, yeah. Here for 30. Small 3,
And everybody's going to call.
9, 4.
So we are 7 ways to this flop. 500 already in the middle on this hand, guys. 7 ways to the flop, 500 in the middle. Let's see what kind of flop we get here. Deuce, 10, king, rainbow. So Yak with the best percentage of the high here with top. Kings with an ace kicker. And not much low equity here. Now with that queen, there is no low hand possibility. So now Yak's ace king is way good. Jimmy with ace 10 behind him. MJ with a 10. Keith with sixes and sevens in his hand is looking to hit a 6 or 7 on the river. So Corey with the mystery hand is going to lead out here for 30. Brad's going to come along with a pair of deuces. He's got a pair of 4s. So tray of spades really doesn't do anything for anybody there. That's a pretty bricky card. Jimmy.
Did I ever get changed back? I had
So Jimmy with 10s and an ace is going to be good here. Excuse me. I believe Corey has the ace king here. I think we saw that earlier. So I think Corey does have ace king. Yeah, so I don't know how his graphics disappeared, but ace king for Corey. So top pair, top kicker, good on this hand. I think is what those showed.
Wow, nice pie. I had such a
Onyx Draco 99 in the chat asking about a half kill. So we're not playing pot limit Omaha in this game. We're playing limit Omaha. So it's a structured betting, and then the kill pot is kind of like a forced bet that anytime a player scoops a pot that's over 150, the next hand they are the kill pot, which effectively changes the stakes of the game. You can play a full kill, a game with a full kill, which would double the stakes. So if you were playing 10-20, the kill pot would be 20-40. We're playing with a half kill, and since we're playing 15-30, the numbers are kind of weird. The kill pots go to 20-40. So anytime there's a kill pot, we're playing 20-40. And then the person who is the kill gets that big red button out in front of them, and they get an option, kind of like when you have a straddle. Yeah, Mr. Arlington Beach, he's got it there in the Twitch chat. Probably explained it better than me. But let us know if you have any more questions. We're happy to answer them. We know sometimes these games can get a little confusing.
And then
Kill pot just kind of juices it up a little bit. It's not as big of a deal in a limit game because mostly because of the structured betting. Like, you're just probably never going to get it all in, you know, for the most part. So it just changes the effective stake. Yeah, it's almost like, that's a good point, Mr. Arlington. Like, there's almost like more dead money out there, you know, so incentivizes players to get in there and mix it up.
So Corey's ace is looking still good here for the high hand. Excuse me. BJ with the best low draw doesn't get there with the queen, so Corey's aces are still good.
Corey gets the check mark. Corey's going to scoop 390. Only the king jack is the only thing. The gutter ball for the king jack,
Right.
Or the jack 8, I guess. The jack
Front
8
door
gets there.
straight draws get there, but
Yeah, the jack 8 and the king jack both get there, but he's got a king, so that blocks some of those.
Cletus, there you are, buddy. Been waiting for you. You're watching some 1530 Omaha-8 or better.
Welcome to the game.
Yeah, if you're confused, join the party. But we're sifting through it here, trying to explain some stuff as we go. We know there's a lot to this game. It's definitely a lot more intricate than the No Limit Hold'em we are used to showing you guys. So, and you guys also have witnessed a lot of PLO on our stream, so this is still a little bit different than that.
Yeah, we pretty stoked to mix it up here tonight. Play something a little different, exercise our brains.
That's right.
Think about poker in a different fashion. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, Cletus, Gators took an L, and he decided to take a trip to the mountains where he wouldn't get service, didn't want to hear from anybody, decided to tune it out for about a week, kind of regroup, and he'll come back recovered, I think. So Cletus, I'm praying for you, buddy. Hope you get yourself right up there.
Beep in the Twitch chat, 8 or better equals high-low. Yeah, we're playing a split pot game here. 8 or better, high-low, Omaha game. Mr. Arlington's got another good point in the Twitch chat. Says a big misconception in poker is that limit games don't have any action. A good lineup, a limit poker game with a kill or a half kill can have a lot of action. I agree. I think that it's hard to find that right lineup. I think for the most part, it's a little bit of a tighter clientele just in general because they're a little bit older games.
I
But
agree.
you're right. You're right. With the right lineup, you can have a really juicy game. It's just finding that unicorn, you know. Ashley Marie Hall says, yay, Corey. Yeah, Corey's the man. I'm Team Corey, Team Brandon in this stream. No offense to my other 08 guys out there that have been around as long as I've worked here. But I'm Team Corey, Team Brandon tonight.
Brain Butter says, appreciate us streaming Omaha. Yeah, great game, lots of action. Like we said earlier, pot limit tomorrow night. So,
Pot limit, no max.
That's right. So if you guys didn't get enough Omaha tonight, we got a doubleheader for you.
I love it. Gamble, gamble.
Yep. Cletus says Florida even canceled their next game to recover. Yeah, it's unfortunate. If I was you guys, I'd be kind of worried about the Georgia game coming into jeopardy now. You guys gotta stop letting Dan Mullen's wife kiss all your players. She's spreading COVID to the whole team. Tragic.
Guns 333. I was just up by Maggie Valley. Actually, I was going to just bring you your swag while I was up there. I was about 20 minutes east of Cherokee all last week. That's why you guys didn't catch me on the stream. Corey with the ace, queen 5 single suit. Pretty strong starting hand. Omaha-8 or better. Not on that flop, though.
Yep.
Keith jumps way out in front, picks up 88% of the high hand equity, flopping the flush. It's not a very good flush. That's the you wouldn't think that in a five-way flop like that your 8 high flush
8 high
was
flush is good, yeah.
the best hand, but he bets it and it works. It gets through.
Big Steve, you know I've had this thing loaded up and ready to fire, so yeah.
He's been thinking. It took him all week to come up with these shots. He's been thinking about it all week.
I got
He's
my
been writing them
chance.
down,
Yeah.
and then like erasing them and starting over and trying to think of a better one.
Yep. I welcome any opportunity to be able to trash the Florida Gators and get away with it.
He's
just
only
a
got
little
about
bit.
like 7 of them.
Yeah, I
He's been
haven't
working
had-
all week. He's got like 1 a day, and then he came up with like 1 burner a day.
I know. And Cletus has just been ghosting me and just they've been going to waste.
Yeah, so he's been stacking them up.
I know.
Damn it, Cletus, I was just up there. We must have been neighbors, man. I was in the same spot. I was about 40 minutes outside of Asheville, and 20 of it up the side of a mountain. We must have been. I was in Maggie
Dang.
Valley, though.
Y'all were Boulder buddies, huh?
Yeah.
Cletus, I got you, buddy. I'm going to get that Blastoise tattooed on me eventually. So a couple mystery hands in this flop. Brad with a lot of diamonds, though, so...
Oh, there we go. There we go. These guys are doing surprisingly well at getting their cards in the box. I'm
I
very
agree.
impressed. It's very hard to get the sensors in the table to read all 4 cards in an Omaha game. But these guys, shout out to these guys. They're doing a great job. Guns, I did not go to Cherokee, and the reason why is because you told me it sucked. You told me they were playing 5-handed with plexiglass, and that didn't sound super fun to me. I was having a lot of fun with my friends in the cabin, so I just skipped it this trip.
That sounds fun, though. Weekend getaway or week getaway in the mountains with the boys is always a good time.
Yeah. We talked about it. We almost went. We went and found some waterfalls and did some nature stuff instead.
Man, I'm jealous now. Damn, you went out of town last week. Now Donnie's out of town this week. Where am I going next week?
I don't know, man. Hopefully nowhere. We got the big...
No, I'm not. I'm running all 3 again next week. So, man, I got gypped out of this vacation situation.
Yeah, and then the next week is double tournament.
Wow.
Final table city.
Yeah, so y'all get vacation, he gets vacation, and I'm going to get 6 days next week. Run good.
Got to pay the cost to be the boss, man.
Oh, yeah, Alex, I've been waiting for this game for a few weeks now. Arsenal Man City. Pretty nervous, to say the least. But good chance to kind of prove ourselves some more, so we'll see. Definitely glad the international breaks are over, that is for sure. Uh-oh, Cletus. Says he hiked to some waterfalls and proposed to the old lady. Attaboy. Congrats, buddy.
Took it off the market, huh?
That's awesome.
Locked it down. Took it off the market.
Everybody give Cletus some congratulations. Even the YouTube boys and girls. Cletus tying the knot, or not quite tying the knot yet, but setting the date at least.
Yeah, congratulations, buddy.
So congrats, man. That's right. Ship it.
Ship it. Lock it down. All right, Killpot on Mac in the big blind. 20 to go. Playing 20-40. Omaha-8 or better this hand. Waiting on some graphics. Looks like Keith is going to take his L, take his lumps. It's like we talked about earlier in this game. In a limit game, you get buried. It's so hard to get unstuck. Keith's no dummy. He knows that. Sometimes you don't. You just wrap it up. You call it a day. Keith was stuck, what, like 600 in this game?
Yeah.
It's tough to get unstuck. You get buried for a buy-in in a limit game, man. It takes you a week to get it back. No limit, pot limit, get it all back in one hand.
Sure.
Limit, you got to work all week at it.
Wait till PLO tomorrow night, 5-5 PLO. You can get all your money back real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the biggest differences in, fixed limit and big bet cash, in my opinion.
Well, is that also the alternative to this dynamic? It kind of saves you from getting tilt crazy. It kind of does it save you from from spouting off and getting yourself in even more trouble?
Yeah, there's a couple more. I wouldn't say like there's just different nuances. Look at Brad just flopping the low here. There's different nuances in this game. Like effective stack size isn't as important as it is in no limit, just because like it's super hard to get your stack in, at any point during the hand.
Brain Butter says he's a huge Man City fan. Wish you guys luck. I can honestly say that as far as the big clubs in England go, I do not hate Man City. I have nothing against Man City. I obviously hate Tottenham and Chelsea. I don't like United, but Man City I got no problem with. So good luck to y'all. Should be a good game. At least I hope it's a good game. I don't really mind if Arsenal loses as long as we put a good game out there. So hopefully it'll be a good watch.
This is a pretty wild hand. Everybody, so Brad flops it out the gate, flops the wheel and the low.
Okay, yeah.
Max in there flopping 2-pair, turns the second nut flush draw. He gets out of the way. Oh, surprisingly. And so MJ in there flopping 2-pair with a gutter ball.
So what's he drawn to, a 5 here?
For the high.
A 5 and
or a 4 for the chop.
Yeah. So if you guys saw the percentages of before that river, I think Brad was in the 90s for the top and the bottom half of that hand.
88% on the flop. Just
88%, and then it just improved the whole way. I saw he was in the 90s.
Well, that was for the low. Yeah, he was like
in the 90s for both.
That was probably on the turn, maybe.
Yeah, after the turn, he was like 96, 92.
With 4 players on the flop, he was like 60%, which kind of surprised me. He was like 60% with the nuts on the flop, just because he had to sweat all these other 2 pairs. There was a flush draw. That was a pretty fun hand, actually. That was pretty interesting. All right, so Brad scoops that one, picks up the high and the low and the kill button. We're playing 20-40 this hand. Mixing it up here on Best Bet Live. Throwing a little limit Omaha your way. I'm working on that 1-2 PLO stream for you guys. Hopefully we can get some big no limit next month. I miss those 10-25 streams. Cold Shutdown says, what is the nut low? In this game, it's ace 2, 3, 4, 5. The wheel is the nut low.
Correct. So if Trey 4, 5 came on the flop, cold, and you had ace deuce in your hand, you would have the best low 5 cards possible, so you'd have the nut low there. So MJ flops a boat here. 5's full of 7s.
Out the gate, right? So this is interesting. He's 84% to win the high and 3% to win the low. Yeah, but he's 3%. That's what's so sick about this
he's got deuce 4 and he's got 3% chance to win the low.
Yeah. I think that's because Corey's got the ace tray. Yeah, Corey's out there with the ace tray.
So if they can get Corey out of this hand, which they won't anymore.
What just happened with the graphics?
I don't know. It says, okay, so it's 7-5-5
with ace on the turn.
I think it's 7-5-5 ace. Yeah.
There we go. That's not exactly right, but it's close enough.
Right.
Oh, ouch. Flush gets there. Yak, you know better than to chase the flush on the paired board. Yeah. Come on, that's like Omaha 101.
Right.
Don't chase a flush or a straight on a paired board. Get Raz on here. Hartman, actually, you're not that far off. We talked about, so in the program that we use to stream this stuff and do the graphics and everything, there are a few more games. We just we don't have access to them.
So they were chirping for a horse tournament yesterday.
We don't have access to a lot of the games.
Yeah.
You have to have like this software upgrade and these special cards to be able to run anything other than Hold'em or Omaha. So any of the stud variants, any of the pineapple variants. Obviously, you can't run horse without the stud and the Raz. So Raz is just a stud variant anyway. But without that upgrade and those special cards, we can only run PLO and Hold'em. But it would be fun to do a PLO Hold'em round for round.
Yeah. Look at this. My guy over here, Lonnie Miko, he says he's tuning in from Korea. Excuse me, I assume you're a he. Might be a she. That name, can't quite tell. But anyways, tuning in from Korea, said watching 2-5 PLO from Korea last month. Or was in Tokyo, and he's heading. He's going to look forward to 5-5 tomorrow. Next week, he's heading to Japan to play some poker. Woman, sorry. But thank
awesome.
you, thank you again. That's awesome. You're tuning in all the way from Korea and Japan. We appreciate your viewership. If you're ever in the States area, Florida area, come on down. We'd love to get you on the stream.
Best Bet Live going global.
That's right.
2020.
Taking over.
I like it. Like the Mouse wants to know if Amber got an earful after the broadcast. Probably from somebody. I don't tell people how to play their hands, but
Well, Donnie was pretty hot, so Donnie might have got on her a little bit, but Donnie and Amber are good friends, and he wouldn't just start chirping at you if he didn't feel comfortable. So him and Amber are very friendly and cordial. So he might have had a little talking to her, but it was all in good fun. So like we said, she still won. She won the hands, won the money. I think she was the big winner from the night, but she left a little bit of money on the table. So I think Donnie might have chirped her once or twice. Adam Flowers asks when the November schedule is hitting. Usually it comes in the third week of the month before. So I can't tell you for sure. I'm not personally in charge of compiling and releasing the schedule, but I would pretty much for sure say next week it'll be dropping. So be on the lookout, Adam, next week. Hey, Lonnie says she's played PLO at Best Bet. Awesome. Well, come on back. We'll get you on a live stream. You play 5-5 here, Lonnie? Jimmy Jiggles asks if this is the biggest game in the room right now. As far as blinds, yes. But I know we have 5-5 PLO going right now, which probably runs a little deeper than this. So 5-5 PLO, probably the bigger game in the room at the moment. But as far as blinds are concerned, these are the highest blinds in the room. What would you say, Dustin? 5-5 PLO probably run a little bigger than this game?
5-5 PLO, yeah, definitely, yeah.
So
100%. Just because some of the things we talked about earlier, like your whole stack's never really at risk. In 5-5 PLO, part of the strategy is just having your opponents covered. So you always want to have the big stack covered. Since it's a no max game, you're gonna have just some absurd buy-ins in 5-5 PLO.
Lonnie says she knows you, Dustin.
Oh yeah?
So she's played PLO at Best Bet. Knows Dustin and Gabe. I don't know which Gabe you're referring to.
Lonnie, what's up? Thanks for tuning in. Going global. Adam Flowers says, when is the November schedule hitting? Working on it now. Should be
I
should
said
be out
to,
in the next couple weeks.
That's what I told him to probably look for it next week.
Yeah, I like it.
More than likely. Third week of the month prior, so.
We've been going big. Thanks to you guys tuning in, keeping us in business.
That's
We're
right.
we're looking forward to doing some really fun stuff here in the next couple months. We've been having meetings all the time, trying to find some fun games, some fun ideas to throw at you guys. we're excited. What's happening here with Best Bet Live?
Yeah, Jimmy Jiggles, Gabe the dealer probably. We got a lot of dealers here. We got more than one Gabe.
Oh, Sage.
Oh, she means Sage though. But I know
Papa Sage.
there are at least 2 Gabes that deal here at Best Bet. So
There's only one Sage though.
got to be more specific. But yeah, Sage is that's a rare name, and there's only one of those. So
Sage is a staple. He's built into Best Bet. He's not going anywhere.
that's right.
He's like Jesse. Derek Sonnier says he mucked the live 8 for half the pot. I missed it. I didn't catch that. Oh wow, it's been a while. Yeah,
It's been a while, Lonnie.
He's got 2 of them now.
Got 2 of them things now.
Doubled down.
That's right.
All right, chop this one up. We're on to the next one. We're cruising right along here in our 1530 Omaha-8 or better stream. You guys have been awesome. Thanks for tuning in, even though it's not your normal Best Bet live stream. Throwing you guys a little twist tonight. It's fun, though. It's been a while since we did this one. All right, we're going 3 ways to the flop. Looks like, oh, I'm sorry, we're on the turn. 3 ways to the turn. Aces and kings. Looking for that queen jack one time. A lot of draws coming in here on the turn.
Yeah, Mac with the nut flush draw. Corey, a lot of spades also. He's got the low draws covered as well. So, unfortunately for Corey, the low draw he had just got counterfeited. And there now will be no low for this hand. So, Yak will scoop with aces and kings. Or, excuse me, his hearts got there.
Wow, everybody's low got counterfeited,
Yeah.
right? Yep, the 7-8
Well, theirs
got
were already,
counterfeited.
theirs were already counterfeited, but
Yeah, that's a 6 spot.
I think he was probably playing for the low at that point with the trade deuce, and unfortunately
pretty 6
gets
spot.
counterfeited. Cold shutdown. No, it's 8 or better. 8 or better. So 8 or lower for the low.
So theoretically, it doesn't exist. It probably never has or it never will. But theoretically, if you were playing like 9 or better, then yeah, you could have a low 9 or better. But we're playing 8 or better, so you have to have 5 cards lower than an 8 to qualify as a low, using 2 in your hand and 3 on the board. So there has to be 3 cards, 8 or lower on the board for there to even be a low pot to win. And then you have to have 2 cards in your hand. So you have to make a 5-card hand. All 5 cards have to be lower than an 8.
I think I'm going to go on stand here in a motion for that. I'm going to change the name of this game, because every time you explain it, you say, oh, yeah, 8 or better. It happens when there's 3 cards 8 or lower. And you're like, what? I thought the game's called 8 or better.
Yeah, curveball.
I think we should call it PLO, or excuse me, 1530 Omaha 8 or lower. Because there's always a high hand, but there's only a low hand if there's cards 8 or lower, right?
I mean, you're not wrong.
Confusing.
All right, going 4 ways to this flop.
Ace, King, 5, rainbow board. Top 2 for Yak. So yeah, Mr. Arlington Beach says oftentimes you will hear the 9 referred to as the Omaha 9 because when the 9 hits the river, it means the low mist.
Set of 6s on the turn for Brad. Picks up 75% of the high hand equity. Top 2 for Yak.
Yeah, so Brad really didn't have much on the flop there. He had a pair of 6s and a pair of 5s, and turn just jumps Yak's top 2 real quick.
That's a good river card for Yak.
Yeah.
Gets the check mark for the low hand. Pretty good low hand for Yak.
So yeah, Ryan Lee in the Facebook chat just says PLO, high-low. Yeah, that's an easier way to call it. Just call this Omaha high-low.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kind of makes it less confusing, I guess, if you think about it. But you all get the gist by now.
If you guys are still here hanging out with us after 50 hands, you guys know what it is.
Oh, yeah.
Taking it back, old school, super systems, Omaha 8 or better. Classic game. It's a lot of fun to play. I love this game. I think it's really fun to play. I'm not very good at it, but I like to play it. Ace King 7-5 for Brad, getting in there, makes the call. Brandon's coming along here with a mystery hand, and we're going 4 ways to the flop, off to the races. So this is always a fun flop in a split pot game. Anytime there's 2 deuces on the board, like you know that somebody's got it because everyone just plays ace deuce. It's a great spot for Brandon to bet and rep it because you know that ace deuce is the hand, that everyone plays. So anytime, 2 or 3 deuces come on the board, it's a great spot for somebody to rep.
I guess they were all low. Oh, yeah, 4 out to big full house. Yeah. If it was 7-7 deuce, it'd be different.
Thanks again for tuning in, guys. We'll take another look at the stats here in a few minutes. We'll see where everyone's at. We've been slacking in that department. It's our fault. We did fire up a must move for this game if you're in the area, if this looks juicy, if this is your game. So we've got 2 tables of 15-30 Omaha 8 or better going right now. That never happens. That happens like once a year when we stream this game. We got a whole bunch of new dealers out in the room too. Probably just throwing them in the mix there, throwing them into an Omaha 8 or better. Got to learn something. That's how I learned. The very first hand
I didn't
of
realize
poker,
that would go in the normal rotation.
The very first hand of poker I ever dealt was a Omaha 8 or better hand.
Jeez.
Trial by fire, man. Gotta learn somewhere. It's going to be easier from there. You
It's
know
when
what I'm saying?
you see a new dealer, if you see them all sweaty, they probably just got off the 15-30 table.
They're shook.
Yeah.
Or the 5-5. The 5-5's scary too.
5-5's easier because it's high only though, so you don't have to worry about splitting pots.
Yeah, but they're playing with so much money, you don't want to make a mistake.
Sure. I personally enjoy a lot dealing the high only PLO games, the higher stake ones. I'm not a fan of high-low split pot game as a dealer.
Look at Ace King just sliding in there on the river.
Yep.
Gutter ball to Broadway. Mac gets the check mark, 285 in the middle. What are you doing? Just checks, lets Yak get after it, I guess.
So, look, Yak says, I got a 4. Come get some.
Well, he's got Jackson 4.
Oh, excuse me.
He's got
Okay,
Jacks up.
he river 2 pair. So,
Brad Rivers, a middle set. Mac goes for the check raise. I mean, I guess that's the best that you can do in this spot. Like, if you just lead out for 30 in this spot, it's just going to go call.
right.
But if you check raise, there's a chance that somebody might have like a second best hand. You might get that extra 1 bet in there.
Surprised nobody called.
Oh, he shows him the low end of the straight. He doesn't show him the ace
I
king.
think he showed
there
the
he
rest
goes.
of it.
Yeah, spike that last jack for sure. That was a nasty one. So looks like we might have some confusion over the button. I thought I saw Mac toss the button back. I thought it was right, but we might have to get a floor in here to make a decision. We'll take a quick look at the stats real quick while we sort this thing out.
Yeah, well, we'll give you
I
guys.
thought, I'm pretty sure Brandon was the big blind last hand, but I thought I saw Mac throw the button back. Anyway, it looks like we're going to have to get a floor over to make a decision. So far in the game, the Mac up 780 so far, just slowly crushing, the slow grind. That's any fixed limit poker game. So looks like Yak and MJ both stuck about the same, stuck 170, stuck about 10 big blinds. Now Brad, Keith out of the game. Brad V-pipping the highest at 61%. Corey the least. Wow, 32% is the least. That surprised me. But I think Corey's catching a little bit of run bad. He hasn't played too many hands. But, you know, they say in Limit Hold'em, you want to make about 1 big bet an hour is considered a good win rate. Looks like we might have gotten this button situation sorted out, and it looks like the hand's going to play out as it is. So we'll jump back in here. Yeah, it looks like we got it sorted out.
So what happened there, Dustin? We had too much action to backtrack and just had to finish this baby out.
Yeah, so in that spot, what happens when the button is supposed to move forward and we already have all that action, you know, obviously we can't kill the hand once we have a bunch of action. So the hand just plays out, the button where it is, and then it just resumes its normal spot, the next hand. Everyone has to be the button once. Everyone has to be every position at the table once is the basic rule of thumb.
So we got a 3-bet from Yak here. 7 pairs the board on the turn. So Brad's jacks are still good here. Yak with a gutter ball and a flush draw. He's got some outs. But Brad will make him pay to see them. No low draws on this board, guys, so that ace tray for Yak won't be good for half the pot, so he decides to check out. Didn't want to see if he could hit a jack or a diamond there on the river, so Brad had half the jacks in the deck. So Probably a good fold from Yak. So guys, we are about just coming up on our 3-hour mark here on our 15:30 Omaha 8 or better Best Bet live stream game tonight here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Jordan Spina in the booth. Been here all night with Dustin Shacklock. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Different kind of game tonight. I know a lot of you guys aren't quite used to it. Some of you guys have been itching for some Omaha, so throw a little variety at you. Hope you guys have enjoyed it. More Omaha tomorrow night. PLO, so you guys will be a little more acclimated to that. 5-5 PLO. It'll be juicy. Friday night at Best Bet, so make sure to tune back in tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Tim Gray says sometimes you need to rabbit hole for the viewers. Yeah, I know. Sometimes you really want to see it. I know, buddy. As a dealer, I know when I'm dealing all the time, I always want to see. I always want a rabbit hole. So it's a big tease sometimes, right? Lorenzo Espinosa says, "Do we ever play a dealer's choice game?" No, I've never dealt one. I always joke when I go into a game that when it's like a funny game that I not used to. Like say if this game was in a regular rotation in the room and I was just dealing and I ended up in this game, I'd probably look down at the plaque and see 15:30 Omaha 8 or better and probably make a joke, say, "Oh, dealer's choice." But no, they don't really let the dealers decide. We let you players decide what you want to play here at Best Bet. So Brad's 8s are good here. BJ's aces, no good. So Brad gonna scoop one for 300 in the middle there with trip 8s. Like Dustin said earlier, we do have a second 15:30 game in the room going right now, a must-move game into this live stream game. Had a lot of people ready to play this 15:30 Omaha 8 or better game tonight. You guys probably heard it earlier before we opened a second game. The rails around this live stream table were full of spectators and people trying to play, so we obliged and put a must-move game in for them. Jack 9 Trey deuce double suited for Brad. Ace 8-7-4 for MJ, double suited as well. He's gonna make the call. 6s Trey 7 for James. Ace King 4 flop rainbow. MJ with top and bottom here. But Brad's trade deuce are a good hand for the low draw. So we're 3 ways to this turn. 4 comes, so MJ boats up here, and he will get a check mark on the high hand of this particular hand. Brad's trade deuce, still a good chance to bink a low here, and he does. And had it not been for that 4, he would have scooped the whole thing, making the wheel here on the river. So Brad and MJ will chop this one up. Oh, I see, Jiggy Brack. Yeah, you're right. He means the dealer, whoever has the button gets to choose. Okay, I'm with you. I haven't dealt that either, so I'd be for it though if that's what you guys wanted to do. Like we said, we spread what you guys want here at Best Bet. So You ever done one of those, Dustin? Dealer
What's
choice.
that?
Dealer choice.
Yeah, I dealt a big mix game one time to Sean Deeb, and it was kind of a dealer's choice. It was a 400, 800 limit mix game. I didn't even know a lot of the games, to be honest with you. Deeb kind of walked me through them. But yeah, it was a certain amount of games, and it was kind of a round for round, but it was kind of a dealer's choice game. That was a long time ago.
Sounds like it was. I never even never had the opportunity to even get near one of those. So ace, king, queen, jack for Yak. A lot of hearts. And flops it. So just flops the straight with the open-ended straight flush draw. With the he has the blocker to one side with the ace of hearts, but the 9 of hearts could give him the.
Wow, what a monster! Yeah, he's blocking his own straight flush, but he's still got one out.
That's pretty wild flop for Yak here.
And MJ with middle set.
Yeah.
Did anybody fold a 10? Let's see the bad beat one time. Put it out there.
So 8 of clubs won't give us a bad beat. Needed a 9 of hearts, and then the last 10 there. I don't know if it got folded, but
60 to go, guys.
8 of clubs will give MJ the bottom end of this straight, but you can't imagine he thinks that's good right now. MJ has the bottom half of the straight with middle set. A lot of outs though.
Wow, what a juicy hand.
Yeah, this is getting juicy here for sure. Oh my goodness, and MJ boats up on the river.
Oh, how does he not make the straight flush?
So
Paired boards. We talked about him earlier. It's an action killer.
that's right.
in Omaha, for sure.
We thought that was going to go bad beat style, or he was going to go quad tens or straight flush, and then we go the exact opposite of what we were thinking, and he just runs the thing out, running 8s for 10s full.
Running 8s.
So like we talked about
So,
earlier.
I mean, he's still super live on the flop,
like I said,
with middle set.
Yeah.
It's not ideal, but you're still super live. Derek asking if quad 10s is a bad beat qualifier. In all of our Omaha games, it's quad jacks. You got to lose with quad jacks or better.
So yeah, we talked about that earlier. Flop the stones, improve on the turn, and
Try dead on the river.
get scooped on the river. So
That's
yeah.
exactly what happened. He flopped the stones.
Yeah.
He improved to the nut flush draw on the turn.
Yeah. No,
Drag
the
dead
turn
on
was
the-
a brick. The turn was
turn
8
was
of
a heart?
clubs. 8 of clubs was the turn.
Oh, you're right. you're
Yeah.
right.
So it didn't really hurt him. You know, he was still
He flopped the nut flush
he was
draw.
still way good. Yep, that's Omaha for you.
Alright, we are the Kill Podcast. Thanks, Chase. What's up, bro? 6 balls. I guess they're here. There's the blind. Raise it 40.
Hartman says should allow some Mississippi straddling. I don't think that's not really up to us. I think that might be a state thing for some reason. I don't think we're allowed to make that call, but I'm not positive. I could be wrong. That's a question for the boss man. Flop nut flush draw, turn straight, lost the boat on the river. He flopped the nut straight. He flopped Broadway, right?
Yeah, he flopped the queen jack.
Oh no, he flopped the king high straight
Yeah, he flopped king high straight
with the nut flush draw.
with the open. So it was an open-ended straight flush draw. Now he had the ace blocking the one side of it, so it was
Sure.
a gutter ball straight flush draw to the 9.
Yep.
8 came on the turn, didn't hurt him, didn't help MJ, but it ended up actually really helping MJ when it paired the second 8 on the river. So yeah, that was a funky way for that thing to play out for sure. The last way MJ probably thought he was going to get there was running 8s.
This time, nobody out there with a hard draw. Turn brings backdoor spades.
Check, 9 check.
Only one person with a spade.
How many aces are in this deck?
That's
Everybody's
right, a
got an
spade's
ace.
the only spade out here, so man. People just whiffing on this board.
80 raise.
Leon Bell just signing the Chiefs.
Chiefs, yo.
They're talking about the Bills this week.
They're saying Bills, Chiefs, or Chargers. 9 calls, 1 calls.
I didn't think he would. I thought the Bills would pick him.
I can't believe it. I was
The
like,
hearts get there. MJ gets the check mark, aces and sevens with a king.
calling 9. Yeah, it's a little weird, but
BJ's trying to get half that pot. He's going to get quartered here. Corey's got the same low.
Glad Edwards is doing as well.
Corey leads out.
For experience for the rookies. Who knows?
I think surprisingly, this might be the first quarter.
Wow, Corey leads out, gets the best hand to fold, and they're both going to chop the low. Corey gets the check mark, actually.
Damn you.
On the high side,
I got a call.
I guess that S mark there means chop.
Call right there.
Yeah, Corey gets 75% here.
So I think this is the first time we've seen a quartered
I think so.
pot tonight on Best Bet Livestream, which is crazy. Saying we've been 3 hours and no one's gotten quartered yet. So first time you've seen 2 people with the same low hand, so that half of the pot will get split again. So Corey will take 3 quarters to this pot, and BJ will take 1 quarter.
Which is actually pretty common in this game. I'm
Yeah.
surprised that we haven't
That's
seen
what I'm
it.
saying. It's
very
crazy
much.
that it's been
Especially
3
like,
hours.
Yeah, especially since everyone just plays ace deuce.
Right.
You know.
Carol in the YouTube chat, I don't believe there's a player named Sean at this table. Unless they're going by a fake name for us and their name is Sean, I don't know. But none of our graphics say Sean.
Alright, 66 now.
All right, guys. Thanks again for tuning in. Dustin Shacklock, Jordan Spina, playing 15-30, Omaha-8 or better. Mixing it up on you guys today.
Good team together.
Pretty fun. It's been kind of a fun stream.
8 folds, 9 mixed.
Hand number 61. You see it up there at the top. Derek says the best is when the high and the low both get quartered. You don't see that very often. I've seen it, but you don't see that very often.
You must mean for when you're dealing, huh?
Yeah, right.
You get the best. So it's hard to get all in a limit, but in PLO you'll have a lot of side pot action. And just imagine if you have like 2 or 3 side pots in a hand, and each particular side pot is quartered in half, all different ways. So yeah, be thankful you don't have to see the dealers have to deal with that tonight on the stream. But that gets pretty hairy sometimes.
That's where you see a lot of mistakes get made.
Yeah.
It's tough. And then you got all the players telling you what you're supposed to do, what you're
100%.
not supposed to do, who gets what. Can get pretty hectic
Yeah.
there in the moment.
Yeah. Like I said, if you see a sweaty dealer, he's probably chopping a couple side pots. So.
And the guy that scoops never scoops all of them. He
Oh,
always
no.
scoops like the main pot
Sure.
for like $70,
Yeah.
and then you have $900 in side pots that
Right.
you have to chop up. And the one guy that would have scooped the whole thing,
Yeah, it was short stack.
yeah, he wins the $70 main, and you got to chop the other
Right.
800 off on the side. I've been there.
Yeah. It's you'll be dealing sometimes when you'll be sitting there and like, holy cow, I've been chopping this pot up for like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, PLO 8 or better is a different animal. All right, Jimmy with the straddle pot this hand. We're playing 20-40. Let's get it.
4 need to go. Ashton's on 7.
Ashton's going to start with Brad under the gun. Puts in the wrong amount to call. There we go.
8 calls, 9 calls.
BJ's in there. Jack, 6-5, single suit. MJ throws his cards in the muck. James with the ace, king, 9 deuce, single suit.
3 calls.
James raised it up there with the ace, king, 9 deuce single suit. I think the graphics are wrong. Yak got a reload here, so he's not all in. I saw him buy chips a few minutes ago. I think he's got like, yeah, he's got like 200 in front of him. I think maybe the action tracker missed his rebuy. Boom, nut low, good, off the rip.
Does that, James has it. Ace deuce for James here.
So the equities for the high hand are kind of all over the place.
Yeah.
Jimmy flops a pair, flops top pair actually, but he's still like not a big favorite. BJ's got the over pair with the jacks.
Brad's got
I guess that's part of it.
sevens and a gut shot.
Oh wow.
So now Jimmy way improves with trip eights.
Yeah, trip eights. Takes 80% of the equity in the hand and leads out with it. What I think is what you're supposed to do in this game.
BJ and Brad are drawing to sevens and sixes respectively. 4% equity for both of them.
So as you guys can see, Yak is not in the hand. He's not all in. He folded. We didn't have a stack right, so the computer thinks he's all in.
Was that Jack 8 folded in the muck? I mean, excuse me, 8-6.
So this one's going to get chopped. Jimmy's going to win with the 3-8s. James is going to win with the ace deuce low.
Yeah.
We're going to chop up 525.
I think I got some two players' hands combined there in my head.
Yeah, I don't think anyone had the 8-6.
No, definitely not. I got Pressled up there one time.
Ooh, Derek with a good point. You don't get tipped because somebody only ends up with 1/16 of the pot. But, you know, the rest of the pot goes to somebody else, and hopefully they're gracious enough to toss the dealer a piece. That's how it works. Somebody's got to win. There's going to be a winner in every hand, you know.
That's right.
Except when you chop and some of it goes down the rake and you lose money. But that doesn't happen very often. Give a shout out to Jonna. It's hard to give her a shout out and get the name right, but yeah.
I was gonna say Joanna, but that looks like Jonna.
Jonna, shout out.
Jonna, shout out to Jonna. Brain Butter hits you with a shout out. Thanks for watching, Brain Butter. We'll see you next time, buddy. England boy in Birmingham, Alabama. One of the YouTube regs as of late. Brain Butter, take it easy.
All right, so we're 6 ways to this flop. Brad with the stones. Ace-7 of spades on the all-spade board. Not going to get any action. Nobody can even. Nobody's even got a low to draw to. Takes that one down. All right, we're on to the next one. Don't forget, guys, 5-5 pot limit Omaha Friday tomorrow, and then next Friday, 25-50 pot limit Omaha. It's going to be a monster game. That's the kind of game people are going to fly across the country for. That game's going to be insane. And then the next day, Saturday at noon, kick off that $1,500 Fall Frenzy tournament. It's going to be a sick, sick weekend. If you're not a tournament grinder, even my cash grinders, the games are going to be insane. The room's going to be busy. We got promotions. We got tournaments. We got 25-50 pot limit Omaha. We got a 350 monster stack on Sunday. It's going to be a busy weekend here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Tim Gray says we need longer streams. It's hard to talk this long, man.
Let him in. I don't want to.
Bitcoin is digital. It's digital. I know. Hi.
He's like, I know, I'd wipe your butt.
Brad getting in there with the ace, ace, king, 4 double suited. It's a pretty strong hand. Brad probably could have put in the extra bet there from the button. Oh man, he's kicking himself now. He just flops the nuts with what's basically the nut low as well. The nut low draw. Looks like it checks around to Brad, who just flops it. Leads out for 20. Oh, wow. Top set for BJ. This hand might get spicy. BJ looking for a he's going to need a paired board. BJ's a smart player, though. He knows exactly where he is in the hand. That's not the card he's looking for. He doesn't have a low. He's going to pay it off anyway. This is kind of what we were talking about earlier. There's just so much in the middle. You know, there's 10 bets in the middle, and it's 1 to you. How do you not look him up with top set there? You know what I mean? Brad's going to pick up 400 in the kill button.
Jimmy's just loving on you.
I told him a good joke. I told him a joke. I said, here's my luck.
Zixing in the chat asking about why are there 2 winning rates? Because we're playing high-low. So when you see the 2 percentages next to one player, that's their percentage in the high pot and their percentage in the low pot. So that's why you might see 2 percentages there.
Dang, glad you don't done it.
That is not true.
Nice.
Good dude.
Oh, I like it. I just don't run good with him. He knows that. I like it. He's a good person. I can't help it when he's that bad.
It's all right.
He's all right for a Chinese guy.
It's funny to go.
Follow the challenge, gotta stick together, bro.
2 folds, 3 folds.
But I agree with you, Tim. We do need longer streams. It's too fun.
You could have more hair than me if you better grow out.
6 folds.
So Brad with the kill button this hand. Knuckles the table with the queen 9-7-5. 9-5 of spades. And we're going 4 ways to the flop. The Jack 10-10 Trey in the lead, flopping middle set. Now he's way out in front. So got the blockers to the straight draw. Hard for anybody to have queen 10 in this spot when you got 50% of the 10s, right?
1 troy ounce of 0.999 fine copper.
So the low draw comes in on the turn. So does the second flush draw.
You ever seen them $100 bills?
MJ leads out with his middle set. Wow, quads again. This is the 3rd time on the stream we've seen quads.
I got 8 of them.
I guess it's not that uncommon in Omaha, but I still get really excited whenever I see quads. So,
Are they worth $100 at the
oh, I'm sorry, he didn't have quads. Oh, he didn't. He just has 3 jacks. All right, I see what happened.
But if you look where it says stamp, there's a stamp on it. So it's movie. It says movie.
My fault, MJ. 3 jacks still good, though. Take it down.
Damn, I just found 800. I got to look at it. Oh, man, that's fake shit. But if you was in a nightclub and used it, you'd get away with it. I'd try them out and whack them. When they take you in the back and just give you 300 cash, and then you just leave right after that. It's going to take them a while to realize you gave them. And you're gone. And what are they going to do? Say the guy
do realize they're gonna open the door with their head.
What do you think? I ain't going back.
It's 15 to go. Your first up.
You can't tell on it because if you gave that much, you paid for the check.
3 calls. 4 calls. 6 folds. 30. 7 makes it 30. 8 folds. 9 makes it 45. 45 to go. One fold. 2 calls. 3 calls. 4 calls. 1 call. I just got 5 lows. Two checks.
All right, we're going 4 ways to a turn. A queen of diamonds on the turn.
Check. 30.
Jimmy gets the check mark here.
Fold.
Flop it.
1 pair. Good. That never happens in Omaha. Good for a $325 pot, too. Get it.
Hand, Jay.
Derek says, enjoying this like crazy. Nice to see some 08. Yeah, man, glad we have the capabilities to do this. It's pretty cool to be able to, switch it up. I love no limit hold'em. I always have, but it's fun to kind of work your brain in a different way. See some split pot action. And also, I don't know if anyone else is doing this. Like, I don't think I've ever seen another like a high-low stream anywhere else.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is kind of a rarity.
Maybe every once in a while. Obviously, you see the mixed games at the Aria on Poker Go, but that's about it.
Nothing. You're just son of a gun. Whatever you want to do.
Stones used to have them? Okay. Oh, you know what? I think I did know that. Yeah, there was Paso like playing some Big O type stuff, something like that.
Big O on the stream.
I think I did know that. Alex says, "Wow, 1 pair, right?
That's
That
right.
never wins."
We've seen it a few times tonight where 1 pair is good, and yeah, that's pretty,
Most of the time it gets folded though. It almost never makes it all the way to
One
showdown.
pair is good, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you never think 1 pair is good in Omaha.
Never think 2 pairs is good ever. So
I mean 2
rare-
pairs good
sometimes, I
more
guess,
often
but-
than you think.
well, maybe 2 pairs good more often than you think, but you don't like 2 pair.
Sure, yeah, it's hard to play.
Right.
All right, we're going 6 ways to this flop. It looks like there's already 240 in the middle. What's that? 12 bets? 12 bets in the middle.
So 6, 7, 8 rainbow flop.
Easy game for MJ, right?
Yeah. James with the bottom half of it and 2 pair.
MJ could really, I think, get out of line in this spot and put in a lot of bets just because he's got the 2 deuces, so he's got the nut low blockers as well, right? I mean,
Right.
tell me, you guys that play a lot of this game, tell me if that's too far out of line. Like, in my brain, I'm like, hey, he could spaz out here because he's got the blockers for the nut low and the nut high.
So hearts now come into play. The backdoor flush draw for Jimmy and MJ. Gives MJ no, because he's got the lower part of it, but
James gets the check mark in the low box. MJ is still fighting for that high, trying to fade some hearts. Everyone's got hearts, though. Looks like almost all the hearts are in play. Yeah. That's actually kind of a good card for MJ because if anybody has a 9 and any other card, he can get some value.
Sure.
Right? So that's kind of a good card for him. You have to bet it. Oh, everyone in the chat said Jimmy had a straight to the queen. I missed that.
Second nut straight.
9, 10, first straight, deuce. 4, 7, 4, 8.
Check, check. They're going to chop this one up.
Had a hard redraw too. You had a higher?
I mean, I guess you can only get so far out of line in a limit game, right? Like in my head, I'm like, oh, he could spaz out here and get really
That's
out
what
of
I'm
line.
saying.
But,
You can,
like get out of line with 1 bet.
right. That's why we're saying, and you can, get your money back really quick in PLO, or you can go even further down the hole really quick. It's kind of a double-edged sword in this game because you kind of can't climb back as quick as you like, but you also can't, crush yourself, trying to, go get tilty and loosen up and get yourself in more trouble. You kind of can avoid that more in limits. So.
So we're on to the next one. We got some more 15-30 Omaha coming your way. We're not going anywhere. Ace 5, 4 deuce for MJ, bumping it up to 30. Got the suited ace deuce. Wow. What a flop for MJ. Flops the nut high and the nut low draw. I think you got to put in a bet here from MJ, right?
Yeah, I mean,
He does. He bet 15. Take it down just like that. Dream flop with that hand.
Unfortunately, neither other player had much to call with. Yak with the top pair, he had the jack there, but pretty dry board for everybody else besides MJ.
We say that a lot on the stream.
Covered too much of it.
Flopping a big hand or making a hand or outplaying your opponent is half of it. They have to have a second best hand to get any value from. Like, that's one of the big caveats of poker is your opponent has to have a second best hand. Nothing's worse than, like, you pick up pocket kings on the button, everyone folds to you, you raise, and the blinds fold. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't do you any good if you can't get any action. We got a seat open, but I know we got a giant list for this game. There's a must move into it. We'll keep this thing full all night. And after the stream's over, we're going to ship them out in the room, and these guys will probably play till they fall asleep.
Yeah, they'll be here well beyond the extent of our stream, I'm sure. Like I said, we had the rafters full before we opened the must-move game with people, watching the game and trying to get in here. So they were itching for this game.
I mean, we don't run this game very often, even out, not just on the stream, but even in the room.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Some guys, they wait all year for this game.
Yeah.
I know Corey takes off work to come play this game. If you came up in the limit hold'em era, like, this is just your game. You wait, wait all year for this game to go. Ace, queen, 8, 2 diamonds. Back in the lead so far for half the pot. Ooh, spicy turn card. That one's going to give Brad the check mark in the low. Lucky no clubs came. Mac had the nut clubs. Brad had the second nut clubs. Chop, chop. Each player picking up a little bit. Button moves. We keep going.
I was found that club getting there. I don't know. He doesn't know. No, but.
Like we said a couple times, that November schedule should be out in the next week or two, so make sure to check back with us. Find a game you want to play. Shoot us an email. Get on the list. Get to the room. Get in the game. Tell all your friends to tune in.
Yeah, that's true.
Run a huge bluff. Do something crazy, and then make it on hand of the week.
Welcome to the game.
That's the dream, right? That's the live stream dream.
You always done one of tournaments.
What's that?
You've always done one of tournaments over the years.
No, I haven't played a lot of tournaments years ago.
Ace Jack 5-4.
No,
for Yak. Pick up a new player here in the 8 seat. Going 4 ways to the flop with a couple of mystery hands. Here we go. Top for Yak. Yeah, it looks like this one's probably going to get through. Oh, no, Mac makes the call here. Makes a call with the gut shot, I guess, hoping to pick up some backdoor diamonds. Maybe a low card. He does. Picks up the ace trade, low draw.
That's good. Yeah. I think you were more right than I was, actually.
Zip roll.
Yeah.
What's that?
MJ is going to take this one down, picks up 120. New player in the 8 seat, and we're rolling. About 70 hands in so far to this 15:30 Omaha stream. It's been a fun one. Glad we got to mix it up, call something different for a change. MJ mucks. Yak's cards in the muck. I don't know what happened to the graphics here. Waiting for the graphics to catch back up. Here we go. All right, we're going 5 ways to the flop. Got a couple mystery hands. Ace, queen, 9-5. In pretty good shape for the low. Derek, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the last pot was.
However much you want. Whatever you want to buy. 5.
He check? 6 check. 7 bucks 30.
Count it down.
All right, just trying to catch up the action tracker over here on the sidelines, get the graphics tightened up, and then we'll be back in the game. A lot of moving parts on these streams, especially in these Omaha streams. There's a lot of data coming in. A lot of moving parts, but we'll get it figured out for you guys. We'll get it hammered out. Looks like MJ racking it up, probably booking a win. He's booked some monster hands, taking down some big pots. Not sure what went down that hand, but it looks like we're chopping it up. Corey and Mac gonna chop this one. David Lurker, I'm not sure what you mean the normal switch dealers and they don't do it. Yeah, I don't know.
I was on the button. Yeah, we were late. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we're on to the next one. 15:30. Omaha-8 or better. Best bet Jacksonville. We're on a 15-minute delay. Ace-5. Pair of trays for Yak. He's in there. He didn't drive all the way down here to fold hands like that. In fact, he's going to raise it. He's going to make it 30 to go. Bomb pot. In this game, no way. These guys would never go for it. Yak bumps it up. Suited ace-5 with a pair of trays. James is in there. 2 queens and a 6-5 double suited. 2 jacks, and a 9-4. Single suit, we're going 3 ways to the flop. Did Yak just flop quads? Just flopped quads with no money behind. He doesn't even have a full bet. Oh, that's the worst feeling in the world. Flop quads. You've got $10 behind. Oh, man. That might be good enough for high hand, right? Quad trays with an ace. That is strong.
High hand 59. High hand 59.
Ouch. You wait all year for a hand like that. You finally get to play the big game. You flop quads, and you have $10 behind. So that one might make it on the board for high hand. I'm not sure what the previous qualifying hand was. In Omaha, you got to flop it to qualify for the high hand promotion. You got to flop it. So he flopped it out of the gate. Quad trays with an ace. That's why you don't play short in the big game. That's right. Got to stay rolled. Max Casey, why didn't he add up? I know, that's probably what he's asking himself the same thing. He was probably ready to go. He was probably like, you know what? When I incinerate this last little money, I'm going to get out of here. And then he flops quads with nothing back. To be fair, he couldn't have got a whole ton of value anyway. I don't think anyone in the hand had an ace. I think he pretty much had all of the low cards. So I'm not sure he could have got a ton of value anyway. You know, it's not like he's going to get the full double up if nobody else can make a hand. You get it all in, you get max value, right? You get it all in for your last $10, you get max value. Yeah, you know, that's I don't think anyone else could have called him in that hand, to be honest with you. I got a gutter to the straight flush with the nut flush draw, with the nut low, up against a mystery hand. He's got all of it. He's got too much of it. Like Jordan was talking about earlier, he's got too much board coverage there. It's hard for anyone to have anything when you got all of it. There we go, picking up a new player here in the 1 seat. Like we said, we got a big must-move list into this game. The must-move's going strong. We got a big list into the must-move. The must-move gets you into this game.
This is a much easier game.
Mac picks up the kill button this hand, so we're playing 20-40 this hand. Had the ace with the quads, for sure. Flop quad trays with an ace out the gate. Easy game. Action's going to start here on Brad with the jack 6, 7, 5, single suit. Nope. Mac's got to get his cards in the reader there. Got to back those cards up to the box, man. That's Rob B. Picked up Rob here in the 1 seat. Rob, local mixed game player, plays in just about all the mixed games. Any stake, he's down. Still don't know what Mac has. His cards haven't quite made it into the reader yet. But looks like it's good enough to play for 40. Saul's in there with the jack 5, 3, 4.
He's still here, Don? Jimmy? Oh, Jimmy's still. Jimmy don't play on Chase today.
Chase Jimmy away.
It's so ridiculous.
Chase Jimmy away.
Check 8, check 9.
gonna post? Yeah, tomorrow. You gonna play?
You got the big play.
You have to go out tomorrow? Or you on restriction after going out tonight?
I have to work tomorrow.
Damn.
How do you spell that word?
All right, so the button moves. We're on to the next one. Saul picking up ace king with 2 6s under the gun +1. There you go, Mac. Mac got his cards in the reader this time.
Come here, be a movie star.
Saul's going to take a flop with that hand.
Unless I go play 5-5. I'm thinking about it real hard. 5-5.
Oh, looks like we're playing a kill pot this hand. Playing 20-40.
Playing every other half.
Jack it up.
Play tomorrow. Unless I go to take them. Tom's got a house down there. Tom's the dealer. They got a house, rented a house down there.
Nobody in the field with a 10. Brad's got some mystery cards. He might have the 10.
You might not have all the 10s. Brad flopping quads in my mind here.
Yeah, you're right. He might have quads.
Why not?
Nobody else can prove otherwise.
Yeah, Brad just goes ahead and mucks those quads. He doesn't want any of that. So,
All right, button moves on to the next one. Got Jimmy back. Got Rob B in the 1 seat. Got a full game. Let's do it. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Thanks for sticking around. For all you guys that tuned in last night for the 2-2 No Limit. All you guys that tuned into the radio show. You guys are the reason we do it. Thanks for watching.
got Saul sliding into the 9 seat here. Let's see. That's the Mr. Run Bad Poker himself on YouTube. Let's see if he can live up to his name. Says he runs bad. But we think he's bluffing there as well. So Saul, ace, jack, 7, Trey.
You can't run that bad for as much as he plays.
No.
He's in here as much as I am.
No, he
You
doesn't.
can't.
He doesn't run bad at
Can't.
all.
There's no way.
Saul's a good guy, and yeah, he plays here a good bit. And I don't think he runs bad at all. So
Perceived knowledge I think I have about this game, I will trade in for financial stability.
so we're going 5 ways to this flop. 6 for deuce, 2 diamonds. Brad with another mystery hand. I think he checked out on the box situation. Brad's getting a little worn out like the rest of us. Gonna check. So Mac will bet out with the diamonds here. He's got a big percentage lead in this hand with the only diamond draw, unless Brad has one, but Mac's got the best one, and just binks top pair just in case those diamonds weren't going to be good. But Saul with a better ace, so but just like that, Mac back into first place with 2 pairs. So
Oh, Saul gets a check mark. Saul makes the wheel.
oh wait.
Saul gets the double check mark. He's got a double check.
Oh man,
Gets the double check mark. Got
Omaha.
a double check.
a little brain twister for Omaha River there for you.
He's got the 7 high straight, right? He's got the 7 high straight.
That's right.
And the live tray.
Yep, tray 7 for the straight. Yep, live tray for the low.
I think Saul had to double check, make sure
Yeah.
he was as live as he thought. Yeah. Yeah, big one for Saul there. He's going to pick up that kill button as well. Going to play a little bit bigger next hand.
Yep, Saul running bad some more.
Yeah, right. Scoops a big one. Like we said earlier, guys, they say 1 big bet an hour is considered a good win rate in this game. But I mean, even still, you're making $30 an hour. That's a decent win rate at 2.5. That's 6 big blinds an hour and 2.5. I don't know about you, but I'm excited for this final table next Sunday.
Yeah, man, it's been a while since we did a big tournament final table on a live stream. So
yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm really pumped about that. If you guys, I don't know if anywhere's streaming any tournament action. You guys been fiending for some tournament action.
is anybody else even running any tournament action?
I mean, yeah, but nobody with a stream, you know?
Yeah.
TCH might be streaming some dailies or something,
Right,
maybe.
but
But no,
As far as like a
nobody's
1,500
streaming anything
buy-in
cool.
tournament, you know, that's a
Besides,
post-COVID
like-
world. That's kind of a big deal, I think.
Well, besides, like, there's some nosebleed streams that I've seen, like the Poker Open type stuff. But, yeah, your everyday series events, nobody's doing it. We got it for you next Sunday here on Best Bet Live.
One big bet an hour sounds like a Rounders movie line. Yeah, I think that's a quote from Worm. You're right, Todd. It does kind of sound like a Rounders line. Anybody that knows me knows I
I
I've
guess Yak's done with this hand.
yeah, he just
He still can't get his cards in the box.
does he even have anything behind, or is that a stack of green? Oh, okay, it's a green stack. I thought that was a stack of blue chips. So Mac already picks up the check mark on the low side of this board. 8 tray good for the low, as
Saul got counterfeited
the
there.
deuces, the aces and deuces were both counterfeited there. So yeah,
I played with these kids since they were little. At the restaurant I used to go and never knew they were least kids. We never least. Kids always
Georgia Severe with a little self-promo there. Top 3 best poker player in Florida. Okay, congrats. Run good.
play stereo. Instead of sitting behind the counter at home. One day, a couple years later, Lee was like, Lee, what are you doing here? My wife working. Oh yeah? Which one? That one. I said no. Right there on Wells, a little cycle.
King 9-8 with the King 9-8 of hearts. Not the best hand in a high-low game. You could definitely take a flop with it, I guess. George Severe, come on. Come show us. Come jump in these live stream games. Show us what you got.
that's right.
I've never been past the landing on Wells. I didn't know there was much faster.
4 tray 2 spades on this flop.
Kind of a dream flop for Rob with his
Yeah.
hand, right? Saw flopping the nut low draw
Yeah, so
and a wheel draw. Oh, it makes the wheel.
Oh.
Spicy. So he makes the wheel.
and he's still not favored to win.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to sweat all of those other cards
Right.
in Rob's hand.
So Rob
Oh, how does Rob fold there?
Rob has trip trays and actually had more equity to win that high hand than Saul did with a wheel. With a
Yeah.
card left to go there. So that's Omaha for you. Saul turns the wheel, and other player has trips, and the other player is actually favored to win with a card left to come.
Pretty sick.
Yeah.
Wolfgram James says, "Love high low." Yeah, it's been pretty fun. We don't do it very often, but it's been a pretty fun stream.
They used to have a good poker game.
All right, Yak first to act his hand. I've never seen Jimmy sit out and wait this long for a hand. He's waited like
I know why.
80% of an orbit.
It has something to do with the dealer, I suspect.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
So,
Daniel Farid in the YouTube chat, you're not wrong.
that's right.
You're not wrong.
So King Jack 9-8 for Rob here.
Again, not my favorite high-low hand,
Yeah.
but we could see a flop, you know. Definitely hate it on this board.
Yeah, so both the hands we can see really didn't have much of that flop. Mystery hand might have had the best of it.
Yeah,
Might still, so...
Yak could definitely have an ace here.
Yeah.
Yak, if anyone could not have an ace, it would be Yak also.
Guess not.
No ace. Rob B going to take that one.
So Jimmy elects to not come back in. He owed blinds, and he, if you guys were wondering why he did that, he elected to wait until the button came all the way back around to make him the natural big blind, so he could just come back in on the big blind. If you guys were wondering why he picked that particular place to wait to come back.
You guys have been awesome. Thanks for sticking around, tuning in, watching 15:30:08 with me and Jordan Spina.
That's right, guys. This is the second leg of our triple header this week. 5-5 PLO coming at you tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, to round out this week's Best Bet Live schedule.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun game.
Yeah, it always is.
I think you got you might have at least 50% of the E train in here tomorrow. You might have
just the caboose?
You might have the whole thing.
Okay.
I'm not sure. You won't have me. I got to go. We're on the poker floor.
Yeah, you guys, if you guys want to play some War tomorrow night, Dustin would be happy to host you over there on the pit.
That's right. Come hang out with me.
That's right.
Look at Brad in this hand, 74-94. Got a straight with the nut flush draw, with a low, and ends up chopping in all spots. Oh, so gross. Chops it all.
The triple chop for
Give him the 5 of clubs one time. Jiggy Brack, don't worry. We'll do it again soon, man. It's been pretty fun.
Ward O Fishing. I can only assume that it's Chris Ward trying to get sneaky in the YouTube chat. I spot you, though. What's up, buddy? Just got off the water, I assume? How'd you do? I saw a message from you. I didn't look at it yet, but my buddy Chris, one of the dealers here at Best Bet, over there in the chat.
Sneaking in there.
Trying to be.
Like a creep.
Don't put your last name in your user handle if you're trying to be sneaky, though.
That's right. If you're trying to creep,
yeah,
don't do it with your real name.
Chris Ward, who loves to fish, makes his name Wardo Fishing and acts like I don't know who that's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-oh, he's got a couple trouts in the boat. Attaboy.
And they all
Once again, guys, Dustin Shacklock and I, Jordan Spina, have been with you guys all night here doing a 15:30 Omaha-8 or better stream. Winding down tonight's action, guys. We're coming up on our 4-hour mark. Just a little bit left to play here tonight, but like we just mentioned, we will be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. for a 5-5 PLO game. And then back next week for some more action, along with that 1,500 final table for the Fall Frenzy next Sunday. So plenty more Best Bet Live action coming at you in the next few weeks and months, guys. I think we're just getting juicier as we keep moving here. So couldn't do it without you guys' viewership. We say it all the time. The only reason we're making this bigger and better is because of you guys. So we definitely appreciate it. Like we spoke about earlier, any comments, concerns, interests, anything like that, shoot our boss Sage an email. His Sage is linked in the schedule on the Twitch page, sagec@bestbetjacks.com. Shoot him an email for anything you'd like to talk about regarding Best Bet Live, and he will try to accommodate you. So
Nobody bought the 30K. 8 calls, 9 calls, 1 call, 2 calls, 3 calls, option. Is Adonis watching? No, Adonis is, I don't know, is he off?
Matt Enderly says, about time you guys brought this back. A lot of people were thinking the same thing. 15:30 limit 8 or better Omaha. Dustin and I were talking about we can't think of any other or many other streams off the top of our heads that will run this kind of game. So we know it's kind of a little bit of a rarity for you guys to see on a live stream, especially post-COVID world. So happy to bring a little variety at you guys and girls. Show you we aren't just a one-trick pony here at Best Bet Live. We do it all. If Cletus was still here, he'd say we evolving. So Ace Queen 9-5. We're heads up here. Ace Jack 4 Deuce for Corey. Yak will take this down with top 2.
sorry.
Corey had a bunch of low cards that were counterfeited. He could have drawn. I mean, he still had outs there, but didn't choose to get involved. Once again, guys, our dealers tonight, Kirk and Chase, great job. Like we said, our dealers don't deal this game very often, so kudos to them for making this go smoothly. I don't think we've noticed many mistakes from our guys in the box here tonight. So it was a tough ask, and they handled it well. They're also helping us run the graphics. Good job from the crew to make this go pretty smooth tonight. We were kind of concerned with the graphics situation, but worked out well.
Smooth. Yeah, it went smooth.
Yeah.
No issues.
I know, no issues from the boys in the box. Handled it well. No,
Got all the players to get their cards in the
That's what I'm
box, so
saying.
we didn't have too many. We had a couple mystery hands, but you know,
This isn't a game you deal very often, so to kind of hop in this, you know, and
just get after it.
and not really have many problems is kudos to them.
Yeah, like we said, there's a lot of moving parts that go into these Omaha streams, and it's also a lot of data on the system, you know, coming
Right.
in. It's got to read, 36 cards plus the board every hand
Sure.
in milliseconds, you know,
And, you know, and then if somebody
process all of it.
yeah, if somebody scoops, you know, you got to switch the blinds on the next hand
Yeah.
for the kill, and you know, it's a lot of stuff going on. So they've done well.
A lot of moving parts.
Haven't noticed many, if any, mistakes. So
We do it for you guys. We're here
right.
for you. Best Bet Live going global.
apparently,
I love that.
I love it too. Working on getting some Best Bet Live swag,
That's right.
not just Best Bet swag, but Best Bet Live swag. So we're happy to kind of
Exclusive. Make it a little more exclusive. You know, we
yeah.
don't want to give you guys the same merch you could just go buy in the cage.
That's right.
you
We
know?
guys some exclusive live stuff to.
We had to fight for that one. We had to fight to get that one through. We said, look, man,
Yeah.
they're with us every stream. Let's give them their own swag.
Right. So we're working on stuff every day to try to make this better for y'all. So it's a team effort between us and y'all. So we appreciate you guys holding up your half of the bargain, and we will keep doing our end too. But all we need from you guys is to keep tuning in. So tomorrow night, guys, where would you rather be on a Friday night but watching some 5-5 PLO at Best Bet Jacksonville?
That game's going to be so sick. I already looked at the lineup.
Yeah. Wotan in the Twitch chat says, good morning. Good morning, buddy. I don't know where you're at in the world, but it is evening here. But wherever you are in the world, like we just said, Best Bet Live is a global entity now. We got people saying good morning.
You got to be somewhere in the future, right? That's
Yeah.
the only place you could be.
Yep, somewhere in Eastern Europe, Asia,
Yeah,
Australia,
somewhere in the future.
somewhere that way.
Jared Black, thanks for the kind words. Thanks for watching.
Jared Black said he tried to find a couple copycat Best Bet live streams, couldn't find them. That's cool, man. Glad we're a little bit original and can give you something you guys want to keep coming back to. Like I said, it's something, you know, running 3 streams in a row. We don't kind of want to overdo it and kind of like, you know, make this not super desirable. So we like to kind of switch it up and bring some variety and other stuff here and there to make it something you guys would keep wanting to come back and watch, you know, 3 days in a row. So
Yeah, it's kind of a catch-22. Like the lists for these games get really long, so we try to stream more so we can get more people into the games, but also like we don't want to.
You don't want to like overwear your
burn
welcome.
out our viewers. So it's kind of a catch-22. So it's kind of fun to throw in some mixed games like this, some PLO, some stuff like that. I love watching poker. I love commentating poker. I could be in here 7 days a week.
That's right.
But you know,
So Jared
I'm a
Black,
unicorn.
we appreciate that. It's awesome to hear, man.
yeah, glad you guys enjoy it.
So Wotan says he's, or she, I don't know, I'm not going to say he or she there. I've gotten that wrong at least once tonight. But
1 for 1 and
5 in the morning in Sweden.
Oh, cool. Breakfast poker.
Wow, up early, committed to the grind.
A little poker and coffee. I like
That's
it.
right.
I do the same thing, honestly. When I get up in the morning, I hit YouTube. I watch poker, watch the vloggers and poker news and stuff like that while I drink my coffee. So I'm with you. We're in the same place on different
yeah.
continents.
That's right.
I do the same thing when I wake up.
Glad we can start your morning off right with some Best Bet Live action.
I do the same thing, actually.
What else? I mean, everybody else in Sweden wishes they woke up to Best Bet Live, right?
That's right.
Chase Delta River.
Crazy American poker. Watch these guys put it in bad, left and right.
Oh, you left the door wide open, brother.
I need a life. That's right.
That's right.
In the house. I left the door when you brought him in.
Back.
Backwards.
Yeah, back door.
I knew that's how you would think.
2 calls. 3 calls.
What a flop, too. That's a beautiful flop.
Strawman on YouTube says, haven't played, I'm assuming you're saying PLO yet. What
Yeah.
is the kill you keep talking about? So that's something that's exclusive to limit games, and it's kind of like a mandatory blind that you have to post when you win a previous pot that's over 10 big blinds. So if you win a pot that's 10 big blinds or more, you scoop, you don't chop, then the following hand you have to be kind of like a mandatory blind. It doubles the stake of the game.
15 is a bet.
It's definitely kind of confusing to try to explain.
A little bit.
Just for instance, if somebody scoops both the high and the low portions of this hand, and there's over $150 in the pot, like there is, the player that won or the player that scooped that pot would be the kill for the next hand, and they would be. So we're running 15-30. That person that scooped this hand would be, it would turn to 20-40. So kind of just juice up the blinds for the following hand.
Yeah, effectively it just changes the blinds for the next hand.
Newbie Clown says they're Malmo, Sweden. Got a couple Swedes over here.
Little coffee and poker, man. I love
Right.
it. I'm into it.
Waking
That's
up
awesome.
Sweden the right way.
I don't know what that house poker symbol thing is, but it's cool.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
I think soon enough we're going to be the #1 alarm for
The morning
Sweden.
show.
Yeah,
The
that's
morning
right.
show in Sweden.
That's right.
Coffee with Dustin and Jordan.
That's right.
Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Going global.
And like, the question I'm playing is the only reason I'm talking about it. Everything you got, everything.
All right, so Brad is the kill button. This hand, we're going to be playing 20-40.
So yeah, Strawman. See, so Brad scooped that last hand, both high and low portions. There was more than $150 in the middle, so now he is the kill on the button.
Which is a forced bet, like
Correct.
a blind. It just it incentivizes, it kind of encourages more action, just because it's effectively it's dead money.
Right.
So anytime anytime somebody has to put in more money without looking at their cards, it's good for the game.
So yeah, the small and big blind there were 10, 15, and then the kill was 20. So action will start at, you'd have to call 20 to stay in this hand off the rip here.
That's like money about to take and see what happens.
These guys said, let's gamble, going 6 ways to the flop.
So Jimmy with a big piece of this one, 98% for a low with trade, deuce,
He's
4.
all over it.
And
I don't see the deuce of clubs anywhere. His deuce of clubs might be live
yeah,
for that wheel.
and Jimmy's got every straight draw in the book.
Yeah, Jimmy's got a hammer lock. He's got a hammer lock on the low and almost all of the high. That's like the one card that misses him somehow.
So he picks the check mark up on the low here, and now he's just scrapping for the high, which he's in the lead for. So
well, Yak's trying to make that boat one time. Brad's still open-ended.
so funny. Now we have a different dynamic. Last time we saw, I guess he isn't there on the straight yet, but the 2 pair now and less equity than the straight draw. I mean, I guess Jimmy has so many straight draws, and he just misses all of them, but he picks up the clubs. So
Jimmy gets the double check mark.
Jimmy gets there the weird way.
I don't know if anyone's going to be able to call him though. He's got a bad flush. Nobody else has clubs. Oh, Brad makes a call with what did he call with? Just the ace? Just the
Yeah,
one pair?
looks like.
Oh, he's got a low. He's got a 76 low. Or 76 low.
Oh, is that when you just had the low?
74 low.
Jimmy's thinking Brad's thinking that Jimmy's
He's got a
just playing.
74 low. What is he?
No, he's got 76. He's thinking that Jimmy's playing for the high and his emergency low might be
Okay,
good
I
there.
see.
He thinks that Jimmy's playing clubs and his low might be good. I see what happened there. He was wrong. Jimmy had the double check mark.
Yeah, Strawman, I was kind of saying earlier, the kill is kind of like a mandatory straddle, if that makes sense.
Kind of, except
But the action starts back under the gun, so it doesn't matter where you are, where the kill is, the action will still start under the gun.
it'd be like if you're playing 1-2 no limit and you're in middle position and for some reason you have to put in a $4 mandatory bet.
Right.
And then you get an option. It changes the stake of that hand to 2-4 no limit basically, and then you get an option. But the action, like Jordan said, still starts under the gun. So it goes small blind, big blind, action, and then when you get around to whoever is the kill, they get an option so they can check or raise. Or if they're facing a bet, they can fold. So yeah, so Jimmy's the kill this hand. He gets an option. He just checks. Also, this isn't pot limit Omaha. This is fixed limit
Correct.
Omaha. So that's the big difference. You're not going to see the kill in pot limit Omaha.
I thought it was the first count.
Yeah, that too. I'm not gonna dispute that. I checked.
Check.
Mac flopping a pretty strong low draw here. Second nut low draw.
No free card, guys. 20, everybody folds.
All I respect,
Also flopping the top pair for the best high.
Oh, yeah. I was thinking that.
Scoops that one. Mac quietly chipping up this game. He hasn't made a lot of noise, hasn't played a lot of pots, but he's won every single hand he's gotten involved in. And last time we looked, he was the chip leader.
Yeah, and
for
last
sure.
time we looked, he had a 12% VPIP, and
Yeah, he was. He upped it. The last time we looked, he had like a 40%.
oh, he
VPIP.
cranked it up.
Yeah, he revved it up a little bit. Corey had the lowest VPIP last time we checked. He was in the 30s. You guys in the chat, you guys might be able to help me out with this. What's a pretty standard VPIP in Omaha? If I feel like it should be higher than Hold'em, right? Hold'em, a good VPIP is probably 18 to 20, 25 might be on the high end. What do you guys think in PLO? Is it supposed to be
PLO or fixed limit?
I guess probably just in Omaha in general.
You don't think that would vary like greatly between pot and fixed limit? I doubt you'd want to.
I'm gonna have to marinate on that one. For a
I'd
little
assume
bit.
your VPIP would be way higher in fixed limit, right? Because you're not going to get yourself in too much trouble sometimes. Where in pot limit, I mean, you might get yourself in big trouble if you stick yourself out there in a lot of hands.
I think it would depend on how much the starting hands change.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of different dynamics to that
like,
situation.
I don't exactly know. It seems like immediately in my head, it seems like the starting hands would be the same for PLO 8 and limit 8 or better. But I'm not sure. That's pretty interesting. I'm gonna have to think about that one for a little bit.
So Rob flopping all this thing, nut flush for Rob.
Just flops it out the gate.
And he's blocking the straight flush draw with the 9 of spades, so.
That's not a super fun card.
Yeah,
Fortunately, it
it's-
doesn't change too much for this hand in particular, but you have to check. Oh, wow. What a bad beat. He's still going to win the hand, though. Look at this. Nobody's got a pair in their hand.
It's crazy.
Yeah, he's still
Oh,
going to win.
no. Wait, Yak has a pair of 10s. Oh.
What? No, in order for it to be.
Oh, that's right. Excuse me.
Yeah, we're playing Omaha. You got to have a pair. You got to have a pair in the hole.
So Rob, not going to pick up much value here.
It doesn't matter. I'm sure he's super happy to win
yeah,
that
yeah.
pot with just a flush. You know what I mean? When the 3 7s run out and you're 5-handed, nobody has a pair in the hole. He's probably ecstatic to pick up 120 right there. I would be.
You flop the stones. You're blocking all the straight flush draws that could beat you.
And he comes running sevens.
7s.
And you're still good.
Yeah.
You're right. He was blocking the straight flush. He had the 9 of spades.
And he had the 4 spades to block the backdoor straight flush all the bottom end. So
oh, wow.
he was really covering everything until running 7s.
Free rolling.
Yeah.
So my no limit hold'em brain always thinks like, oh, how important are straight flush blockers? But you see straight flushes all the time in Omaha. You see them all the time.
Well, in no limit, I'm never paying any mind to straight flush. Like,
Sure.
I mean, very rarely. Like, If you have a
Yak's,
straight, if you have a straight flush and hold 'em, like you're just gonna take my money most of the time if I have something to
like
go.
the nut flush.
Yeah,
Sure.
I mean,
Or a full house.
yeah.
Yak's
Especially a
getting
full
his
house.
last 15 in the middle here with ace, king, 7-4 single suit. He's in pretty bad shape right here.
Yeah, not a good flop for Yak.
He's drawing to what could be a chop here for the low. He might get quartered. He's probably going to lose money. Rob with a big hand here. Nut flush draw. Second nut low draw.
Yeah, Brad made the
Did Jimmy flop a set of 8s with 3 8s in his hand?
Yeah, Jimmy flops quads, kind of, right? So
Flops a set
he's
of
got
8s with
3 8s in his
and he
hand.
improves to a full house.
Yeah,
That's
hits the
so
case 8 on
sick.
the flop and boats up on the turn. So
That's pretty sick.
yeah.
Ain't that funny? You know, it's a
That was like the
Oh, so Derek's got a really good point here in the chat. He says your VPIP should be lower in limit games because your implied
Okay.
odds are lower.
I can see that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
30.
I got a 3 and an 8.
So we're going quartered on the low here.
I had ace 9, 10, queen, nut spades.
I told him when I had 3 flops.
Yak loses money, gets it all in for his last 15 and gets 10 back.
And he's
So Jimmy gets in this pot with 8 8 8 4, probably hoping to flop. Let me flop 10 9 7. Kind of block every straight, you know, have the only piece of this thing, and then get through, and just instead flops the case 8 and goes that direction.
So Derek, in your opinion, what would a reasonable VPIP stat be in for a limit Omaha-8 game? I have no idea. I'm out to lunch on this one. In
Yeah.
my brain, it's like 30, 35% maybe. I don't know. Is that too high? I've seen Jimmy do that before. When I was a dealer, I've seen him. He likes to peel his cards back and show the dealer his hands sometimes. On the river, obviously not during the hand. But I've seen him do that before. Pretty sick move. All right, so we're getting somewhere around 30, 35% VPIP in a limit 08 game. All right, okay.
8 calls, 9 calls, 1 fold.
Well, I don't know what.
2 calls. So he's gonna make it 30. All in for 25, 30 to go.
Is it over after this round?
Yeah, after this.
Jimmy putting in the raise here with the suited ace deuce, trying to get Yak all in.
He wants that 10. Oh wait, he got 25 now.
Yeah.
So as you see, Saul goes in the rack here, guys. That could signal this might be our last hand of the evening for our 15:30 Omaha 8 or better game here at Best Bet Live.
7, 8, 2, 3.
Yeah, Saul racking him up, it looks like.
Saul was a late entry in this table. I can't imagine he would leave early if this game wasn't over.
No, you're good.
Yeah, Derek, I imagine in limit hold'em when, you know,
Got a 15, C3.
or I'm sorry, in limit Omaha 8 or better, I'm sure tight is probably the way to go.
Well, they'll just move us to the same seats. And
Yeah, if you guys want to keep on playing.
All right, looks like we're going to move this game out into the rest of the room, keep it rolling.
all right. Good luck, guys.
Curtis Witt, thank you. Thanks for tuning in. Looks like Yak out in the lead, and his all in
His
might
queen
work.
is holding.
He gets to see all 5 cards. You know, that's kind of the beauty of being an all in. You don't have to make any decisions. You get to see all 5 cards. Keep rolling. That's right. This game's not going to stop. These guys wait all year for this game. They might play till close.
So Yak does pick up the check mark on the high side.
Wow, and
He's
they're
gonna-
chopping the low.
Yeah. So Yak will make some money off this hand.
Queens and 6s with a jack.
And ace 4 will chop up the low. So that will do it on our 15:30 8 or better Omaha live stream here at Best Bet Live tonight, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in once again. Hope you guys enjoyed a little something different here tonight.
Man, you guys have been awesome. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching.
That's
Don't
right.
forget about tomorrow night's stream. What are we playing tomorrow, Jordan?
It'll be a 5-5 PLO game at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening on Best Bet Live. 5-5 PLO, so it'll be juicy. We'll end the this week's triple header with that. Once again, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you to our boys in the box, Chase and Kirk, for making this thing go smooth. For Dustin Shackwalk back here in the booth, I am Jordan Spina. We will see you guys tomorrow night here at Best Bet Live. Have a good night, guys.
Table 11.
All of us are going on that?
If you guys want to keep playing, Brad had to leave.
I want to see one. So I can see it. Now I'm not playing. I'm out of it.
Wait, the DC comeback? Makes sense. Good pickup.
I did for tonight.
Yeah.
Because I bought him for what, 375?
Yeah, I can do one. Oh,
I was 200. I was up 700 one time.
Gotcha,
I bought him for 375. Hang on. 600 more on the table. I lost it. But I worked day and drove.